Valery Salov who was doing this. He was really enjoying it. I don't see it with Magnus that he's looking forward to such an end games, but if it happens on the board, he's okay with it. So he has the time, he has the patience. I'm here, move 100. If it's a draw, fine, but I will try.
Yeah, I think the last 3 or 4 years we've forgotten about this skill slightly because Magnus, he's tried to sharpen up his play with the black pieces, especially being more aggressive, and with white his opening repertoire is a bit better, a bit more direct. So he hasn't been grinding out as many endgames as he used to when he first burst onto the scene, but yeah, he showed yesterday he's still in his locker, and
yeah, you
maybe
mean
that's
there
what
were
we need to
those
do.
moments in his career that, first he was more spectacular, and then suddenly he switched his attention to the end game.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to win. I mean, everyone is prepared so well. Let's go into the end game. But if I just think of the number of games, well, the so-called dead equal games that he won, you can almost fill a book with that by now.
I'm sure he can write
Or
a book.
3 volumes of
Actually, I think in his course, I think his chessable course has, once I bumped into it, his endgame things, and they were talking about it. Okay, these drawish rook endgames, show us, how do you win them?
So
And against some of the nicest, some of the top players in the world.
Yeah, my 16 most memorable dead equal wins.
Well, he's reaching there with time.
And that's one thing Tari has to avoid today. Actually, their classical matches, the reason Tari's gone to defeat, I think, in 4 of those classical matches is every time it goes down to quite a strategic maneuvering battle in an endgame, and he eventually gets tricked or outwitted, and that's one thing he probably needs to avoid today, Tari. A bit more direct, a bit more tactical if he can.
Yeah, I mean, Tari's positional understanding and play on that area of the game, he should be improving a lot, especially if you look at it between him and Magnus.
Yeah, for sure.
But
that's why he lost in the World Cup, actually losing with the white pieces in a position that I think maybe he relaxed too soon. But slowly Magnus just got a domination and slowly improved. And, so yeah, for sure.
What should the advice be? I mean,
no respect. Don't get into an equal endgame. Equal is fine, but try and get as much life out of it as possible first, maybe.
Just get a pleasant advantage and then sit on it.
And even
just
if
use the King's Gambit and
finish the game fast. And we have a move.
And
we have a move.
We have a move, e4.
It still could be the King's Gambit. Not very likely.
No, because Magnus will be avoiding
How
it.
big
Don't
are
you
chances?
think so? What about some?
you think it's Sicilian?
I don't know, c5 or e5.
Would you say these days to see King's Gambit in classical chess at the highest level, chances are not
very slim.
Yeah. In classical chess, no, but I think Blitz and Rapid it might make a comeback every now and again. Yeah, as a surprise.
Psychological weapon.
Yeah, and there's no clear way for Black to completely refute it. So, okay.
So important moment. What Magnus? Which pawn he will push? What do you expect?
Maybe e5.
E5.
Okay, first he'll tease us just by
Move
adjusting
0.
his pieces.
This is move 0.
Counting the pieces, they're all there.
Yes. And Magnus famously likes to turn his knights inwards. Looks like both players do this.
Yes, really? Some players like it to forward to the enemy.
Yeah, I do this.
Opponent. Yeah, you too.
F for forward, always forward.
This inwards, is that what Kasparov did?
I don't know.
I think nobody turns them outwards. That's the only thing that is a bit taboo.
It looks weird, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's just getting ready, and then he's going to push his king's pawn. No. Okay, Magnus keeping us in suspense. There we go.
And e5.
5 points for Judith.
Yeah, and no King's Gambit. So Tari here, he's been playing the Italian a lot. Some Scotch opening. I remember he knocked me out of the 2017 World Cup using the Scotch.
I played the Scotch myself.
Okay, no Scotch today though.
No.
Roy Lopez.
So what is it going to be? Roy Lopez or knight f6?
Oof.
What about some Berlin?
Yeah, I have a feeling Magnus wants to win this in classical though. And if you play the Berlin,
that is too words to draw equalish handgame.
Yeah, you do give white the option of going into these slightly drier lines with less risk.
I would also expect him to play a6.
So a6, maybe g6.
Oh.
Depending on his mood. I don't think we'll see anything else. Okay, it is a6. And
goes for the classical ways.
The classical way. Which variation is he going to go for there? Still lots of choice for black.
Few people take on c6 these days.
Yeah.
Very few people go for the exchange variation, I think.
Why is that? I mean, it used to be popular at some time.
Very.
It's not fashionable nowadays, no?
Yeah, it's just a trend, I think. There's
Yeah.
nothing wrong with it.
Could make a comeback anytime.
Yeah.
I think the only grandmaster that plays it constantly is Solak, Dragon Solak. He seems to win every time with the Spanish exchange, but nobody seems to follow his lead.
We're going to see a complete classical way.
Very classical.
Chigorin. I haven't seen for a long time.
Chigorin.
Yeah.
Chigorin line.
No Marshall, you think?
I don't know, Marshall.
Anti-Marshall, maybe?
Actually, doesn't. I haven't seen with Magnus playing Marshall.
He's tried from time to time.
But there's no
but
point
it's
to
just
play Marshall in this situation. I
True. Because again, White has ways to...
think. Yeah, I mean,
Make things fizzle out,
practically
right?
you're starting out with.
Yeah, that would be a big surprise.
Definitely, it would be a surprise for me.
Yeah, but I mean, in 2016 against Karyakin, it was his main repertoire as black, the Marshall, Magnus, and I noticed this last year in the Champions Chess Tour, in the bigger games, he plays
Yeah.
it, but yeah, against Tari, it feels like...
Yeah, I think
Maybe you're
he
right.
wants to have just a long game,
Yeah.
not having a theoretical battle.
So, moment of truth, d6 or castles. I guess you could start with castles and not necessarily commit to the Marshall gambit yet.
But he
Magnus.
might play, I think, many different lines. The classical, like d6 castle, 9 bishop e6, knight e7, Breyer, whatever. no?
Breyer, Keres, lots of things, yeah.
I mean, there are so many opening lines in the Rai Lopez that it goes to complicated, very complicated middle game. And if you understand the position better, then
Yeah.
you can turn it with black.
If you studied it more recently than Tari, maybe. That was the one reason that I was a bit reluctant to play the Roy Lopez as White when I was young, because there was too much to remember, too many different lines, and that black can specialize in.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
I
you
played
remember.
it with white.
Yeah.
So how would we define a moment like this, that he sits there, he's looking into the audience? I mean, there's nothing surprising on the board. So what is he doing? Is he
Like
just...
the good old days of Korchnoi, he used to sit there for, well, I heard at least that he used to sit there before move one, sit there for a few minutes, just look into
Yeah.
his opponent's eyes.
just to get into the game? Is that it?
Possibly. Possibly making a choice. Maybe he's thought of a few lines that he wants to play, but didn't quite expect the Spanish in this opening. Well, in this game today.
Sounds a bit
Maybe
like...
he's trying to hide some prep. He's deciding what to...
Yeah. I was reading about Lionel Messi that a journalist, he suddenly noticed that at the start of the match, Messi, he wouldn't touch the ball, but he would just walk around, have a look at the defenders, just see how they were standing, and then after 5 minutes his match would start. Then he knew, okay, now I know how they are looking, where they are standing. Let's play. But
No, it is
Deep
very
psychology.
Yeah, it is interesting that when I was still in competition, I remember that simply you have this atmosphere at the board that you're trying to sense the vibes of your opponent, what mood he is, possibly what he's expecting. Is he playing fast because he's prepared for all this? Or
Is he feeling nervous at all? Okay, and eventually Magnus looks like he does castle, so getting ready to possibly play the Marshall Gambit if he pushes with d5 next turn. So will Harry allow this?
Yeah,
Anti-Marshall is very trendy these days.
I remember also how many times I was wondering, does my opponent really want to go for the Marshall? Should I dare to play c3? Do I
Bluff
really
or-
have to? Because sometimes, well, and now the big question.
But how do you get any winning chances with the Marshall? I mean,
As black these days.
I don't think he
Difficult.
can go d5.
Yeah, unless you catch your opponent unawares in some line or with some novelty.
No, but it's impossible simply. He cannot go d5.
Especially if
From my
Tari plays
perspective.
d3, c3, sorry, so quickly. He's asking for Magnus to play it. Did you have much experience in the Marshall, Judith, or were you always trying to avoid?
No, I played. I
You
was
did,
fighting against the marshal, and I
Okay.
won some good games in that. Also, I was analyzing quite a lot, and well, of course, when Mickey Adams was there, I was playing with him
Okay.
many games. And look at that. Of course, not D5. You see,
Wow.
no way.
Knight A5.
Knight A5.
Pawn
Still
sacrifice.
pawn sacrifice. It seems like in every game he's trying to give up a pawn.
Yeah, maybe influenced by Dubov. Dubov played some variations on this kind of D5 pawn sacrifice throughout the last couple of years.
Yeah, and basically what is martial? The main problem is of martial that the theory is so huge on that, and everything is worked out so
Yeah.
much that if you're prepared, I think there is practically no chance for white to get advantage. I mean, if you're stably playing with black, I just, with an expert, I think it's just...
Yeah, I've studied Jan Gustafsson's course on Chess24 about the Marshall Gambit. There's no chance for white if black knows his stuff, but the problem is there's too much stuff to know. And
I just don't see the point to play it with black. I think maybe I played it once or twice, long time ago. It was so fashionable. But it is like trying really to equalize, right?
Yeah.
And it seems that Tari wants to provoke Magnus that, okay, show me how you want to play for a win.
and he has provoked him, right, with this Knight A5 move.
So what is the idea? I mean, I think probably many viewers think I just take that pawn and I'm a pawn up.
Yeah, after take, I think black takes on b3, a b3, bishop b7, and whatever way white is defending his pawn on e4, it's going to be d5 next move.
Yes.
I think this is the way of doing it, and this is also, I think there are quite a lot of theory, but at least there are much more alternatives white can choose of, and it's not so much worked out as the marshal itself.
No.
But you're still a pawn up. So where is the compensation for black? How good is it?
I think it lies mostly in the bishop pair, and actually you will most likely arise, well, you will achieve the same pawn structure later on as the marshal, for example, after d3 here to protect the e4 pawn, d5 as Judith mentions, and if these pawns get exchanged, the bishops come to life, especially this b7 bishop, which is unrivaled now. Black has very active pieces. White lags behind in development with the queenside pieces. Some small things, but they might add up to sufficient compensation for black. I doubt it will be more than that, but yeah, this must be what Magnus is aiming for.
Well, David, you say that maybe, let's say, Dubov was a very creative player, that he might be an inspiration. But is it also, is this an example of AlphaZero or modern computer chess, where the ultimate conclusion is drawn, let's say, 20 moves down the line, when it turns out that some piece constellation is bad or some squares are weak? Is it that kind of chess as well?
Yeah, certainly. You might get very strong pieces. You might be able to target your opponent's kind of paralyzed pieces, weak squares, but I mean, there will be a phase as well where it is quite concrete and you will be able to test your opponent along the way. And even if your opponent's able to navigate those kind of tricky waters, maybe then you do get that type of long-term compensation.
But you have to know both sides of what you're doing.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I think that's what a lot of the top players are aiming for nowadays. Okay. And meanwhile, white doesn't take the bait, doesn't take the e5 pawn. But for Magnus, this might be quite a positive sign, because here, for example, black can play d5, I think, and this is going to transpose to, how do I explain this? Yeah, takes, and you can even play e4 here. And this is going to transpose to a line where actually I think white normally has an extra tempo with h3. I remember when I was going back 12, 13 years, there was this really trendy line that Gajewski played with d6,
Because
h3, knight a5, and now d5. Yeah.
But they shouldn't be good for black.
It's not great for black, but it was trendy for a while. And maybe the inclusion or the lack of inclusion of h3 will persuade Magnus that, okay.
Though I'm not sure. Do you think
tempting
he will
version.
go d5, not d6, and not d7, let's say?
I would play d6, but who knows, if he's sacrificed a pawn once, maybe he'll want to do that again. Maybe he'll insist.
Actually, it's interesting. Knight e5 is not considered good.
Well, I looked and it has been analysed. It's both moves actually, bishop c2 and knight takes e5.
Yeah, bishop c2 looks like kind of a safer solution, right?
Mm-hmm.
And still inviting black to go to the close position after d6.
Yeah. But d6, is it more tempting for white to push with d4 now and try and save on the move h3? Or
Yeah,
possibly.
actually, true.
And okay, he does push d5, maybe in light of this.
Yeah.
So we're going to get some fireworks potentially. This is quite a rare variation actually. Just looking, not that many strong players have played this. Okay, d5 now. And okay, Raga seems to be the guy with a couple of games. Marcus Raga, but this, not since 2015 though.
No games from after 2015?
Apparently not.
Wow.
Let me check. Let's double check. But yeah, very, very rare line. It has been analysed thousands of times. So it is on the radar maybe of some top players. But
So what is the move? E takes d5, knight e5 or d4?
all of them possible.
All
Juliet.
of them, yeah?
I guess the
Well,
most
e
critical would
d5
be
is the most straightforward.
grabbing this pawn.
So what's the idea of e4? If bishop takes e4, knight takes e4, takes bishop's f5, I guess.
Oh, actually, I've just found one game from 2001 where, okay, Magnus in a rapid game has played this line. So, okay, some.
Okay. Well,
some
if
pedigree.
for Tari it's completely new from here, then that's very difficult for him.
Yeah. for
Because
sure.
then it is very difficult to make the right choices from here on in the next 10 moves, let's say.
Yeah.
You have to make so many decisions.
It's kind of philosophical decisions, right? Do you want to be a pawn up and maybe facing some short-term initiative, or?
Well, I
take some
guess
risk
you,
out of the
you don't
position.
really have an option. I mean, you have to accept it.
So Vasily Grav has played d4 here against Magnus, which I guess doesn't grab the pawn. And now d takes e4, knight takes e5. And yeah,
Where did
bishop
he go?
f5.
Bishop
He
f5?
played bishop b7. And after knight d2, c5, it looks like black solved most of his problems with some tactics. Maybe this would be a safer option. White can take on e4 and just try and eliminate as much material as possible. Take everything on e4, and in that game, Carlsen
Maybe
played
c
queen
takes
d5.
d4?
C
Or
takes
takes
d4.
everything and bishop d5?
Yeah, I mean, in this game, Magnus took everything on e4, played queen d5, and later on, after
Queen f3?
queen f3, maybe, MVL played queen e1, which looks mysterious to me. Why not queen e2? But queen f3, maybe as well. We might be heading in this direction because white did play
Yeah,
d4.
d4. Okay.
But
Nice pawn center.
yeah, very nice. I once managed to
This
achieve the 4 pawns of my own colour in the centre. There's
Yeah?
4 pawns
Wow.
on d5,
Well,
e5.
this you
d4,
can
e4.
see only for one move.
True, unless Magnus plays c5 or something, just to
No, it's
for
a
aesthetic value.
momentum of the game where you see 4 pawns in the center.
Yeah,
But the fact that he played it quickly also shows that he's not really on his own now. I mean,
Yeah.
he knows what he's doing.
true.
D takes e4, knight e5. So actually it's a follow-up to that game, right? Between Vasily Grav and Magnus, which was played?
Yes, which was played in February in
okay.
one of the Champions Chess Tour events in a rapid game.
okay.
And
C5.
yeah, c5. Okay, so the first deviation on that game. Magnus previously playing bishop d7.
Yeah.
Okay, so c5. I guess, again, he's just asking white to take on e4, but that will come at the cost of the bishop pair.
Yeah, this is something probably white does not want to do, because otherwise he would have taken the pawn earlier, I guess. Bishop b7, queen d5. I mean, it looks such a huge counterplay for black. So,
White's piece is still fast asleep.
well, what about d takes c5 here? Probably after d c5, queen c7. And black, what does he play after bishop f4?
Yeah, maybe bishop f4 is a bit annoying here. Rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8 and
Just
I don't know, maybe knight d2.
Knight d2.
Knight d5 you had in mind, or something
That was
else?
my original plan, but I'm not sure how that helps after bishop
Bishop
g3.
g3, right?
Unless black can flick in like e3, e3
Well,
bishop
we think
h7.
so.
Yeah. Walking into some checkmates, maybe. Yeah,
Yeah,
this
those things can be different.
feels a bit too risky for black.
Okay, so after d takes c5,
Unless in that position
maybe
after.
just black takes back.
Okay, and
Because after b4,
b4,
bishop d6.
yeah.
Bishop f4, bishop e5, and knight c4, right?
Mm-hmm. But white can grab a pawn and on e4.
No, but
at
maybe
some
here
point.
anyway, knight c4 just.
Okay, much safer.
Yeah.
Probably
So
pretty
we,
decent for black.
we have players playing extremely fast. Bishop e3.
Okay, so this very rare line that's only been played once by Magnus in his career, and Tari's prepared. So bishop e3.
Preparing knight d2 development.
Yeah.
Or also possibly to take on c5.
Mm-hmm. And again, it looks like this is the most studied move, so I'm assuming it's the top computer suggestion. If people are looking, then
You're looking in the study corner.
it's in the study corner. Yeah, it has been studied more than 1,000 times.
1,000 times, but
That's just on the cloud, so probably more in private. So bishop e3 and bishop b7 is again.
But if you say that it's studied 1,000 times, that's 1,000 people, or that maybe
It's 1,000 visits. It could be.
could be the same people.
Could be.
Yeah.
Actually, after bishop e3, it's gone down slightly, but still a well-known position, at least according to the online database. So in this position, black has choices, maybe. I'm not sure whether you want to rush with taking on d4.
Or just queen c7.
Queen c7, yeah. Queen c7.
Bishop
and
d6
c7.
also possible. Bishop d6 I also would consider.
Okay, yeah, true. And
Knight d2, bishop b7,
Okay. So maybe.
knight g4.
Okay.
Though maybe, no, after knight g4 takes and f5. So that's not a nice thing to do. What about
Want to
bishop
have a
g5?
look at the leader, or
Yeah.
see if they are making a lot of moves as well?
Yeah, it's an Nimzo Indian. I think we have it for the first time, Nimzo in the tournament.
Nimzo. Yeah, I can't recall this being played so far. Nowadays, nobody allows me.
Yeah, I haven't seen this. I mean, Bishop b4, I was playing it for so many times with black.
Everyone goes to this, what they call the main position, or what Grishuk called the
Yeah.
main position after knight f3, d5, knight, and knight c3.
Castle, queen c2.
Okay.
Okay, and they played d5. Bishop g5, h6. Takes, a3, bishop c3, queen c3. So this is heavy theory, right?
Relatively, as far as I know, but I thought it was meant to be a bit sedate if you take on f6, less challenging than keeping the pin with the bishop on g5, h4.
Yeah, but it's interesting how to play in his situation, right, for Rapport. And he's leading with the 4 point, which is, we all know that with this special system, what the trademark of Norway chess, to have 3 points for a win, 0 for the loss. But if it's Armageddon, then you can, if you score with in the Armageddon, then you get 1.5. So 2 Armageddon wins equals 1 classical win. But still, when you are a leader, it's sometimes it can be too much on your head.
You know that if you lose one game, someone wins classically, then the lead's gone.
So I think that's why he's not looking for sharp things. Rapport. He wants to go slow, solid, and then we'll see.
Yeah, and that's served him well so far. He's won a few games in this kind of slow, solid style.
Though I'm looking at the position, I wouldn't be surprised still if
True,
once
that's-
some g4 would come in the position. But I think, generally speaking, it's not Rapport's mood in this tournament to make this kind of
No, true.
actions.
If it was Mamedyarov, we'd for sure see g4
Yeah.
next move, no matter what black plays, pretty much. I guess if black plays a slow move like c6 here, maybe it's more tempting to play either h4 or g4. I'm not sure what.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays it's very normal, right?
Yeah.
10 years ago, if people would go g4 in this position, they would just say, well, maybe you shouldn't be in this tournament, right?
They'd laugh at your chess culture and chess education. They'll be like,
Nowadays, it's like trendy.
Nowadays, if you don't play it, they'll laugh at your chess culture. Yeah.
Yeah, but probably it's not c6. Isn't black going to play b6 or something and develop his bishop?
I guess the question after b6 is, can white get greedy? and take the c7
Takes,
pawn.
takes, and queen c7.
Because in some
No, I think you're right.
in some situations black can play like bishop f5, rook c8 very quickly and get some
But
compensation.
it seems like black is behind in 1 or 2 tempo missing.
White can always gain time as well with queen e5 to
Yeah.
offer a queen trade. And I guess black can't allow this. So
Also knight c6.
okay, knight c6, you want to play for e5 eventually.
Yeah, somehow to take on c4 and e5 kind of moves.
Yeah, I guess the knight doesn't always belong in c6 though.
Yes,
It can be committal.
that's true.
and,
That's absolutely true.
yeah, so I mean the c6 would come to mind just to play knight d7 and rook e8 and get ready for e5 later on maybe.
Well,
But
I
it's
doubt
quite
he
slow.
will have the option to play e5. I'd go e3.
Okay, say knight d7.
Trying to go knight e5 and f4 later. So
Okay.
probably bishop d3 or bishop e2.
Okay, and rook e8.
And once you go rook e8, I go knight e5.
Oh, that's
No e5
mean.
in this game, sorry.
yeah, knight e5
You take it?
probably. In this
Takes,
situation, I have to
takes, queen.
queen e7. So it's never clear whether this pawn on e5. I mean,
I don't
it's
know
not
if...
too much
if-
risk for white, but
well,
later
it
on you
shouldn't
could
be
imagine-
risky. I
yeah.
can just castle. Later on, I can go f4.
I guess black plays c5, b6, bishop b7 at some point and hopes that there's no kingside attack, but maybe there is.
Yeah.
Yeah, this type of thing could well happen.
Okay.
Aryan plays slowly with c6. According to the database, d takes c4 is the other main move.
Yeah.
Which of those go?
And
Which-
after queen c4?
And after queen c4, now you'll move knight c6. So maybe just, again, aiming for e5 without allowing any cd5 change of pawn structure
Yeah.
earlier on. So, and if, I guess, e3, then black immediately can strike out with e5, I guess. Maybe due to d5,
D5?
e4, and
Oh.
a
Yeah.
bit of a mess. But it wouldn't surprise me if black's completely fine here, just because the white king's still in the center. And yeah, queen takes b2 coming.
Yeah.
So this is,
So, okay, these are the things what Sergei is thinking about.
yeah. So again, the more solid approach with c6, but maybe a bit slow, or d takes c4, aiming to equalize immediately. But if he doesn't know his stuff, then could rebound to be so direct. What do you think, Judith? Is he going to play a slow, solid approach? Or?
I don't like c6. Somehow I consider it's too passive.
Yeah,
I like dc knight c6, looking for some activity with e5.
yeah. No, I like it too, but if I didn't know this position, I'd be slightly worried that I'm not in time, and then the knight on c6 looks a bit silly. So
Yeah, but I think after c6, there is barely idea for black to play for a win.
true.
It's more of trying to equalize. How can you...
Do people really play these kind of? Okay, I know it started as a Nimzo, but it's a Queen's Gambit decline type of
Yes,
thing. Do they play that
yes.
for a win anyway? I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, you're right. C6 is definitely not the most
Yeah,
ambitious move.
the information I get is that indeed taking on c4 and knight c6 seems to be the recipe. It was tried first by Ding Liren against Veselin Topalov, and
Okay.
apparently that is a good way to go.
But it's clear that Sergei is in deep think.
Which leaves one other game, the clash between Alireza Firouzja and Janne Pumiaci.
It was again Italian.
Yep.
Bishop c5, d6, castle, castle, rook e1, a5.
It's so funny, this is only their second classical game that they play. I mean, the first one was in the first
Wow.
round,
Yeah.
or the first half.
I guess that just shows as well how, I mean, Nepo, he's been established as a strong player for a long time, but he wasn't always getting those invites to the top tournaments. He wasn't always
Yeah.
kind of fixed in that top 10.
And
until the last couple
Alireza
of
is
years,
very
so-
young.
And of course then Alireza very young. But Alireza has been, the last 2-3 years he's been playing all the tournaments, so yeah, surprising it's their first encounter. Well, this tournament's
this
been
tournament.
their first encounter.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, okay, quite a trendy line. Everyone's playing the Italian these days with white and
Yeah.
with black. But also this A5, H3, this is all very well known. And
Is that also a part of modern chess? Would you say that, I mean, that so many players play many systems with both colors. I mean, just not one, but just so many that which would be unthinkable, let's say, 20 years ago.
Some people played with both colors, let's say Sicilian, some lines. And I remember I was using this as a weapon against Kasparov when he was, of course, the developer of the new way of thinking about knight or 6, bishop e3, knight g4 line.
Yeah.
And then I thought, okay, he's so good with black in this. I'm going to play with black against him. And then he couldn't handle it because he was always looking at it from the black perspective, and most of the people, they don't dare to play something against an opponent if it's his bet line because, oh, he knows all the ins and outs. But okay, there is an objectivity factor as well, that the position is maybe equal or whatever. So, and that works for me.
But that was a psychological ploy on your side.
Yeah, absolutely.
But these days it's such a normal thing to do that in many openings, as if it doesn't matter anymore. It's like in football matches that the home advantage, I mean, many people, they just laugh at that, say, okay, that doesn't play any role in, unless you have 100,000 people cheering you on. But
yeah, I think it's a mindset change as well. People realize that if they've studied it, then they'll understand the positions deeper, they'll know the middle game plan, so they're happy to take on the other color. They have less bias and less kind of prejudice towards.
Maybe it's also the engines which led people to this direction.
in the end, it's all the engine.
It's all the engine. Those.
It's depressing. They've shown everything's playable, so they can get away with anything, these players nowadays.
Yeah.
But the Italian game, I mean, until I think around 2015-16, that wasn't that trendy, and Kramnik started playing it all the time. All these Russian players, Karyakin. I remember when I was young, it was pretty much my main repertoire, and I used to get criticised so much in the English chess circle because they were saying, he only plays the Italian. It's a terrible opening. It's boring. You know, it requires no work. It's a lazy opening. And now, look, here it is. Everyone's at it. So
why did they think that it was a lazy opening there?
I think it's because you just put your pieces on the same squares, just develop, and
but they still do that.
I know. It's because you didn't need to know any theory back then, but I think that's why the top players are attracted to it now, because yes, they need to know theory and move orders, but there's still so much room for maneuver, and you can put your own spin on things.
Well, this used to be one of the openings that players, that you learned chess with. Is that still good advice, or?
I think so. I mean, obviously it's good to learn lots of different openings when you're starting, but this plans at least are simple, and it teaches you a lot about controlling the center and developing your pieces, maneuvering, that type of thing. So
I never played it, only once or twice, but only just as a surprise.
Oh, really?
No, I was a Rye Lopez 3 bishop b5 player. I played Scotch, I played the 4 knights, but Italian was out of my... 3 decades was not enough for.
If you were still going now, it would be your main thing, I reckon.
Well, you never know.
Yeah.
Even when you were a little girl and had trouble reaching the other side of the board, put it on b5.
It was still a longer move to b5. Yeah. So actually, bishop e6 takes. These pawn structures always interested me. That is it good? Is it not good? It's always challenging, but it seems like black has absolutely no problem with this pawn structure.
Yeah.
Has the open file on F, though it's extremely solid.
Yeah, and I guess that's why White's going for this bishop exchange. That's what they tend to do nowadays in this pawn structure, because there's too much pressure against the F2 pawn if you allow black's A7 bishop to survive. And bishop E3. And nowadays they've realised as well, from the white side, it's fine to allow black's knight to F4, as long as you have enough piece. Well, fine-ish for now.
You can't really do anything against it, can you?
True. But sometimes they try and kind of break with D4 as early as possible before black gets knight H5, knight F4. Also, the Italian is such a complicated opening. I've wasted too much of my life studying, but one thing I have learned is in this pawn structure, it's quite nice for black to actually have a pawn on A5. Because if white does ever break with d4 in the center, after an exchange of pawns, then black will get the b4 square for a knight later on. Often, if white gets the pawn to a5 before black does, then you can get cramped on that side.
Yeah, it's at first it seems for some people probably it's a small detail, no big deal. but it can in the long run.
Yeah.
It's definitely like 15, 20, 30 moves later, it can show the difference. So now knight f4 or bishop e3 or queen f6.
They
Many
all look tempting.
alternatives.
Yeah, I guess knight f4, let's say. I mean, it's not ideal if white takes on
What
ace.
about d4?
Ah, okay. I guess I'll take it on d4. And yeah, d5 is always
D5?
double-edged because white gets the e5 square for a knight. Maybe knight b4, maybe queen f6, maybe. I mean, so much choice. I've just realized I'm hanging the a5 pawn, but let's pretend that this
Yes,
was
but
part of
this
the plan.
knight d3 kind of stuff
Yeah.
can be quite unpleasant.
Maybe white can just ignore it and somehow rook a3 or
Yeah, yeah, I like rook e3 very much, defending against knight d3.
just in case you want to swing over later. Sometimes it's nice to protect f3 indirectly with your rook.
Yeah, that can be extremely useful.
I mean, this position would be super tense. Black still needs a few moves with queen e8, queen g6, that type of thing to get any semblance of an attack going. What do you think? This, okay, he actually takes the bishops off first, so this makes some sense because in that position we were looking at the bishop on a7 was
Yeah, yeah, but
Not
now
great.
my question is whether rook takes e3 or knight. Because
Yeah.
both has its sense.
rook takes, you keep more influence over some key squares, maybe like
Well,
f3
and you want to go d4, right?
Yeah.
Then it's more powerful because you have your knight attacking towards the e5 pawn. At the same time, black just goes queen f6. But I don't know, somehow I have a feeling that it's easier to play it with black.
with black.
Because
Okay.
you have the move knight f4, you go queen g6, you play rook f7, you play rook f8.
Yeah, simple plan.
I don't know why I feel that it's easier for black to
With
play.
white, you need a lot of.
Because I mean, it looks so nice. I mean, if you're an Italian
Rook
player,
e3.
David, and you're sitting here and you think this is not what I was looking for.
Yeah.
I guess.
I've had worse positions than this with white
Oh, really?
and the Italian. I think I actually had basically the same position against Beliavsky, but maybe the A pawns were slightly differently placed. And eventually, I managed to break with D4 at the right moment when he wasn't when he was going for some kind of attack, and he wasn't quite quick enough, and I managed to force him back slowly. But yeah, as you mentioned, it's
But it's
doesn't
hard
look-
to
doesn't
imagine
look
that black
amazing
has
right
any
now.
problems.
True. And so he's played knight f4. I think maybe Judith, if queen f6, maybe he was slightly worried about g3, just trying to keep that knight out. Not, I mean, it looks scary. Maybe d5
Yeah.
is possible, but or g3 at some point, just keeping that
We are
knight
still,
offside.
yeah. No, I completely, I mean, it's so tempting anyway to put your knight on f4. Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, now probably white has to go king h2 in order to try to push g3 at some point.
And yeah, black still struggles to break with d5, so
You know, I'm looking a crazy move. And I just want to
unveil
show.
that crazy move,
Yes,
please.
yeah, it's
G3
like
now?
g3, and I had in mind knight d5.
Wow.
But I think it's not good because you have a
take.
square on d2.
Okay.
Otherwise, if you would go to a3, then e4 and
E4 or
something.
d4,
and-
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Still a nice pawn center, but
Yeah,
maybe not
yeah,
quite enough.
but somehow nice pawns, but not enough pieces. That's not a
Can-
good trade.
No. Can you maybe put a spin on that idea with d5 first?
Yeah, yeah. I think we
And
can.
ed5 now, knight d5 is very annoying for white.
Yeah, that would be win.
Yeah, the f3 knight falls.
But then probably f3 is not, g3 is not possible to
Yeah.
d5.
But you start to feel uncomfortable the longer you kind of leave the knight on f4, right?
I don't have a good feeling for white.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he can go back, but
Okay.
it's,
Yeah. As soon as you play knight g1, you're definitely.
yeah. So
Not
maybe
fighting for an
probably
advantage.
this whole king h2 plan is not good.
So what do you think? Maybe strike in the center first before black
Also
gets time to create
h4.
threats?
Sometimes I think it's possible
Okay,
with the same
yeah.
idea to play g3. I mean, I really don't like knights on f4 when when I have my king on g1.
Yeah, you're definitely the type of player who you want your knights on f4 and f5, right?
Yeah,
Depending on what colour.
I like to be on the other side of the board in these cases.
Yeah. Okay, so say queen f6 again.
Yes, and so after g3 anyway you go d5, I guess.
That's the
right?
plan. And g takes
That's the
f4, I
problem.
guess we flick in e takes f4. Or,
Yeah.
yeah. And lots of pieces attacked for
Oh,
white.
actually, I like black's position a lot.
And after
I
that,
would even say if I have to put my money on someone, I would put my money on Nepal.
okay, already. Wow. Yeah, and there's only been one game in this position before, so definitely out of prep by now.
And how did that game go?
So this game was between a couple of 2200 players. White did play king h2, sorry.
So
King h2, and black just played b6, which feels very slow.
I just don't see the point.
Yeah, it's kind of a luxury move if you
Sorry.
Yeah, what is it doing?
I mean, b6, I don't know, you play when you have your queen on g6, you have your rooks on
everything
f8,
perfect,
and then you want to bring your other knight to d8, right? And then you just protect it, the a5 pawn with b6.
Yeah, so queen f6 would make sense. Or,
Yeah.
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 Yeah, so, okay, looking decent.
I
for
see a
Polyachie.
very strange move, very interesting move which, in the Rapport game. After d takes c4, queen c4, black went c6,
Okay.
and after g3, knight d7, bishop h3. Okay, it's not completely strange, I understand. The main idea is really he starts to play against this move e5. So doing everything.
I guess that's black's only
Against.
plan, right? e5.
Yeah, but right now e5 you cannot move, right?
Yeah,
Because of takes and knight e5.
Sure.
So black has to look for something.
Yeah, I just meant that it makes sense to play
Yes.
bishop h3 to stop
Yeah,
black's.
yeah.
I mean, he's shown his hand, I reckon.
I don't know if c5 is an option.
Okay.
Probably it looks slow. What is this position if
Castle.
we look the evaluation of this?
That c8 bishop is not a happy camper.
No? Yeah, it doesn't look too good.
Yeah, white's rooks are coming quickly. Black can play knight e5, get the knights off, but I doubt that will help.
But it looks like a very nice position for white. I think Rapport is very happy, and also looking the time that he spent nearly 15 minutes while Sergei spent 26. I think it's a great deal what he got.
And this, yeah, surprise, surprise, this has been analysed before, but very, very rarely. So, yeah,
Only 500
H3.
people.
Only 100. 120. So
So we have a rarity here.
we have a rarity and no games in the database, so as far as I can tell at least. Yeah, so bishop h3. Yeah, I was going to suggest actually an idea based on queen c3, trying to stop e5, but this looks like it's an even quicker version, an even better version.
It's an incredible, powerful move.
Yeah, I think there's a similar idea in the Lasker variation.
No, I also thought, I just caught my eyes at bishop h3, and I know it's a common move, it
Yeah.
happens, but it's just also at the same time very unpleasant for black, I think. It's not so easy to develop for black.
No.
And I think he can forget about e5 for quite a long time.
Yeah,
Don't
but
you think so?
yeah, if you can't play e5, and I mean, if you're not tempted to play c5, then
Yeah, I mean, in the next few moves, it's a huge question for black if he can get anything reasonable, because if white castles, plays even b4, brings the rooks, plays e4,
Yep.
it's like a full,
it's
very
literally dream
huge
world.
advantage, right?
This is everything you hope for when you play 1d4, essentially, when black can't break out and challenge the center. Black can't even play b6, bishop b7 anytime soon.
Yeah,
Probably
yeah. It's
never,
like
actually.
it seems like that black is so tied up.
Yeah, he's going to be regretting maybe not going for this idea you had of knight c6 quickly, as just save time on the c6 move. Just that one tempo seems to have.
Well, or your
them down.
idea, what you said, to play c6 instead of d takes c4. But
at
he
least
was
then-
mixing these
yeah.
two ideas,
True.
and maybe it was not so good, because if he would have played c6 and then g3, Still knight d7.
Yeah.
Well, probably anyway, bishop h3.
Maybe
actually.
bishop h3 anyway. And if okay, maybe here at least you could play b6 and pretend that you're getting getting that bishop
but
out.
somehow it looks like a bad mix of moves. Bishop h3 very powerful.
Yeah. And Rapport doing what he's done with many of his whites so far in the classical games, just kind of clamping down, just establishing a nice solid position where he can kind of press with no risk.
Can we go back a bit to the Norwegian battle? Tari and Carlsen. Because in this position after bishop e3, black went bishop b7, Tari developed with his knight d2, rook c8, and he went h3. So,
Wow, h3.
well, it's like h3, like in these positions. in the Ryan Lopez, do you see games without h3?
We joked about it yesterday, right? We
Yeah,
when in
it's
doubt,
just
push
there.
h3. But
Yeah, well, it's not that necessarily you have the time for it, right?
yeah,
You would think that there is a more useful move than that. But yeah, if you don't find something better, then you can go h3 and...
So why do you say wow, David?
I don't know. It's just it looks like things are heating up in the center, and then suddenly h3. It's as if White's played this whole opening in order to save a tempo on h3 and then this whole line, and then I guess
Like he's taking a time out from a short battle.
exactly. Yeah.
Can I do something different for a moment? Yeah.
Take a time out, have a snack, and just
Yeah.
look at your opponent. And yeah, I guess firstly giving the king some lift for later, but also maybe knight g4 now is more tempting because you can take with the h pawn. For
Yeah,
example,
but this is what I was wondering also, whether if knight g4 is the idea
that
behind
must be,
it.
I think. So if black plays, for example, rook e8 or something, or maybe knight g4. Okay, maybe rook e8 wasn't the best suggestion. I was going to say after knight takes g4, queen takes, then black always had this f5, so maybe he just wanted to take, he wanted to take with the pawn.
Okay, so...
So if black just queen c7 or something, then
Yeah, queen c7 and rook d8, right?
yeah, something along these lines, then maybe now knight g4 is the idea. And then take
Takes.
and h takes.
Because after queen g4, you're afraid of f5.
Very afraid. So
I completely understand that.
h takes, and at least now you're trying to round up e4. Still doesn't look entirely convincing somehow for white, but at least
Okay,
it'll
but
give something.
e4 is under attack.
Yeah. I was wondering if you could maybe go cd4, bishop d4,
Bishop
knight
d4?
c6 or something, and try and get the bishop pair at the cost of a pawn again. I'm not sure it's the right bishop pair, but I'm not sure it's
Though I'm not sure
sufficient.
if not bishop e4 is also possible.
Bishop e4 as well, yeah. I mean, black's fighting for a draw, right, after knight takes d4 anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, okay, h3. Interesting. And what else could Magnus consider here? C takes d4, bishop takes always looks good.
That's also interesting that Magnus has been thinking for more than 8 minutes already on his reply.
Yeah, he's behind on the clock.
Yeah, I
Can
mean,
he go b4?
okay. Just undermining pawns, or is there a threat?
Sorry?
Are you just undermining the pawns?
Yeah,
Is there a
somehow I
threat?
want to exchange on c3, then exchange on d4, and then possibly bring my bishop to b4.
Okay.
Okay?
I guess white always wants to take on d4 with a bishop, though, right? Or,
Yeah, but still the c3 pawn can
yeah,
be
will
vulnerable.
isolated and weak, yeah. Yeah, b4 makes sense. You don't really want to touch any of those pawns, to be honest. with white.
Yeah, it's like you don't want to take anything.
Okay, say knight g4, just
Knight
to
g4,
be
yeah.
consistent.
Yeah, b takes c3.
B takes c3, maybe just knight d5 for black.
Sorry?
If white recaptures now, maybe knight d5 for black.
Maybe.
f5 coming.
Yeah. This is hanging, and
Yeah.
that is an option.
Yeah, so knight e4, f5, and unless white has some piece sack there, it looks good for black. Yeah, looks pretty decent. So b4, unless after b takes, oh no.
Knight f6.
Yeah, but
that's
everything will just get
Yeah,
exchanged.
then on d4 you have problems.
Yeah, and if anything, black's going to be better. No, I like it, b4. Don't see any downsides immediately. Knight b3.
Knight b3?
Yeah. I guess you can...
Actually, c4 is possible.
Ah, okay. Maybe quite clever as well. Just maybe now white goes
Knight c5.
in, yeah.
What about takes, or takes on b3?
Yeah.
You go queen takes d8.
Maybe, but then...
Though, what about knight d5?
Mhm.
Takes.
But now can black just take on c3? Am I walking to c6?
I don't know, but
So many
it's
pieces are pretty
getting
suddenly.
complicated,
It's
that's
getting
for
really
sure.
complicated. Yeah, always got to keep an eye on this h7
Well,
pawn
okay,
somehow
bishop
as well.
d5 is possible, right? Unless you go
unless
c
CB2.
takes cb2.
So much calculation already. Need to warm up first. Okay, cb2 looks like it might work.
Yeah.
Although maybe white can come out a pawn up, bishop takes f7 maybe,
No, because
and then
takes.
queen d8.
Rook
Oh, you're
d8.
playing c3 immediately. Aye, yep. Yep. Okay.
Quite
too much to-
interesting in the Rapport kayaking game.
Okay.
Kayaking has played c5, which
Yeah, he thought probably that if he doesn't play c5, he is just.
He'll never play c5.
And it's kind of a similar scenario, a little bit, I think, as he played against Magnus, that he had a bad position out of the opening. And in his desperation, he went rook c6, sacrificing the exchange.
Because what else, right?
Because otherwise he felt that he's going to be drowning slowly, slowly, slowly. And here, again, in this position, I feel that if he wouldn't play c5, breaking out in some way in the center, then it would be just, he felt that, okay, I don't allow b4 castle because that's going to be just a torture forever. So I have to go c5, I have to break out. But it seems like it's a very dangerous position for him, don't you think so, what we were discussing?
Fully agreed. Yeah.
Takes, black has to take it, right?
Yep.
On b2, castle,
Maybe his idea is knight e4.
maybe, I don't know, b6
b6,
and knight c5? It looks scary, isn't
Looks
it?
super scary.
I mean, knight c5.
Yeah. Okay, bishop a6 is coming.
You see, he has
Yeah,
such
he has some ideas, for sure. After b6, yeah, it doesn't really help to flick in rook b1. Probably you just take
Queen
an
b,
a3.
queen e4 also doesn't seem to be so special.
Queen e4, bishop a6. or-
Bishop a6, rook b8, probably both.
Yeah. Okay, so this might well be his idea. Can white be a bit clever about things after dc5, queen b2, castle's forced b6, yeah. Okay.
can black sacrifice a pawn after taking on c5, like b6, or
b6 immediately. Okay,
and
maybe as well. So instead of queen takes b2. So maybe a similar idea, c6, knight c5.
Well,
Well,
or
now white
c6
can-
now, queen b2.
Or now, okay, yeah. Knight c5, maybe white has time to go queen c2. Just defend everything. So yeah, now queen b2.
Yeah, interesting idea.
Okay. So in that case, if white doesn't take on c5, if white just plays rook
Well,
c1
okay, you
or
can rook
castles,
c1 or castle, yeah? Okay, rook c1, but after rook c1, b6.
yeah.
I think black is not even taking on d4, but he wants to place his bishop to
Yeah.
b7.
If black had taken on d4, it looks pretty nice for white. So, okay, now it looks just like a Lasker variation of the Queen's Gambit declined. But a pretty good version now for black with this bishop on h3 suddenly looking misplaced.
So let's see after c5.
Bishop g2. Is that too outlandish?
No,
outlandish?
I wouldn't be surprised if it's the best move, to be honest. After c5, so white would be going back to
So now b6 can be met by knight e5.
to do something on the long diagonal, right? But definitely c5 is practically the only move, I guess.
It's all about this b6 move, right? We just
Yeah,
stopped
very
one move
nice
too early, I
immediately.
guess. Yeah. So immediately, or maybe even after queen takes b2, but either way.
Yeah, it's the idea that
the idea.
black is forcing white to go c6 or to exchange, but after the exchange there is nothing absolutely for white.
Yeah, and I don't see anything here other than maybe queen d4 will never give an advantage. Yeah, if you give the c5 pawn back, it's just going to be equal. At best for white, maybe.
I wouldn't take, can we not take on c5? And what you suggested, rook c1, b6. So if castle,
Castle b6
b6.
again. I mean, as soon as the bishop gets to b7, it's just everything solved. Unless you can take on c5 and b4.
Takes,
maybe
takes.
You can even take on b2 and transpose back to that variation we were discussing.
True.
Yeah.
But even this, I mean, here bishop a6.
Bishop a6, yeah.
It looks nothing
Queen
spectacular.
c. I'm trying to find a way to make your pieces awkward, but yeah, queen c2, knight d7.
Knight d7.
Yeah. Got enough squares. Looks pretty good for black now, this position. So, okay, so c5.
Equalizing.
Yeah, maybe. Should we check out bishop g2 just for the just for completeness?
Bishop g2.
So b6 now looks unappealing.
Well,
I
after
guess.
b6, knight e5,
Knight e5,
right?
yeah.
And well, it's not over, but
Knight
it gives
c6.
a very suspicious
Rook b7.
position for black.
Yeah, white has wasted quite a bit of time though.
Yeah, but white just castles.
Okay, rook c7, I guess.
It seems like this rook can
Feels
only
clumsy.
move one move at a time.
It's forgotten its rights. Yeah, rook
Well,
c7.
b4.
Yeah, yeah. cd4, I guess. Oh, knight e7. What am I talking about? Okay. Yeah.
No, but I think we should look when black is not forced to allow this. What about just it takes c takes d4?
Okay. Even queen
With
takes
knight
d4.
or queen?
Yeah.
Queen.
I mean, knight takes is more ambitious, but say at minimum queen takes d4. Black can't play b6. It's going to be slightly tricky at least.
Well, yeah, b6 is tricky.
Yeah.
Though I'm not sure it's anything spectacular because it only matters by one tempo, right?
Yeah.
So knight d4 or knight e5, rook b8.
Okay, knight. Do we jump in? Do we play rook c1?
Knight c6, rook b7, and let's say rook c1.
Rook
Well,
c1.
it's nicer with white. White can go also b4, b5, right?
Yeah. There are similar endgames to this in Catalans, in some Retties as well, where
Yeah.
okay, it doesn't look like much, but you have the c6 square.
But it means that it seems like that bishop g2 is the best move.
That's the best we've come across so far, maybe.
Well, yeah, what it seems now.
Yeah. I mean, d takes c5 is critical, but if there's nothing there, then bishop g2 looks like
Yeah.
it poses more problems than just a quieter move, castling. Okay, a bit of a key moment as well, because if Rapport doesn't find anything now, then black's immediately equal, right?
I don't understand something. Oh no, in the other game, Alireza now played knight h2. So knight g2 is not possible for the moment because of knight g4.
And luckily, knight takes f6 comes with check after knight takes
But I'm
e3.
not sure how good is this. If back goes king g5, takes h5, who does it favor?
Yeah, white can make a draw with knight,
Knight
f3,
f3.
maybe. Queen g6, knight h4.
No, it's still not. Yeah, maybe it's a draw.
Yeah.
And if after knight g4, black goes queen g6, takes and h5.
Yeah, I guess maybe white has to try and bail out somehow. rook g3 takes, and queen takes. Black
Yeah,
must be
but-
slightly better, but
Yeah, it looks like a shaky position.
yeah. I mean,
But okay, white is just getting away.
yeah, black's c6 knight, if you could reroute that to the f4 circuit. Okay, so knight,
So maybe just knight e7.
but knight takes g2, is that also rook f3?
Knight f4.
Oh, I was thinking going g5, rook g3.
Yeah, that's what
knight
I thought
f4 is-
first as well. But knight g4 is the problem, so that's why knight...
Okay, it's very tempting then,
G4.
knight g2, right?
Yeah, it's like you want to play that, right? d5 is possible, knight e7 is possible. There are so many options for black.
Yeah. So d5, what's white's next move?
Well, I guess knight g4, right?
Queen,
Queen g5,
queen g5,
knight f3.
knight f3, yeah.
So knight
And how about queen g6?
also knight f3, I think.
Yeah, d5 is under fire, h5.
Though h5, knight h4.
This drawing mechanism again, somehow.
Yes, but you can just go queen f7.
Yeah, and knight g2 still in the air, right?
And knight g2 is very much in the air, but
now
maybe knight
takes,
d3,
Yeah.
right? To take and take on h4.
Yeah, but even there it's not 100% clear. Maybe after queen takes d3 and take on d5 at the end. But yeah, okay. Feels like white needs to avoid this. So
I mean, it
d5.
doesn't look good.
Yeah. I mean, it's hanging together by a thread already, the tactics for Firouzja.
I mean, I think here all of us would be taking black. Am I right? Or
Yes. Yeah. I mean, this type of pawn structure we mentioned. It's quite normal. It's quite classical, but it feels like black's got a kind of accelerated version. So many extra tempi with the knight already on f4, queen already on f6. Okay, Rapport in the other game's taken on c5.
did he?
Yeah. Well, just judging by the camera up there.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so acid test of Karyakin's last move.
Magnus has been thinking for 22 minutes already and still not taken a decision.
Wow.
Is there a limit to the amount of time that you should invest in a move? Or?
If you ask Magnus, he would normally say yes. That's why it's so surprising. We're rarely used to seeing him invest so much time at this early stage. Normally he's quite practical. He'll just play a move that's good enough for...
I mean, is this a position where there's a major crucial decision to be taken?
Not personally that I can see. I mean, Judith was mentioning b4, quite a direct try. Black can play rook e8, queen c7, just slowly improving. I mean, normally when Magnus is thinking so deeply, he is calculating something. So it might well be to do with this b4 move. Because I've very rarely seen Magnus invest 20, 30 minutes and then just play rook e8 or just a slower move that still gives the opponent 5 or 6 options. Normally when he does think so long, it's because the opponents don't have too many replies, so he can kind of flash out the next 5 or 6 moves quite quickly.
Yeah.
But, okay.
Yeah, you think he's considering something that is forcing or semi-forcing, or
It feels that way, or maybe if not forcing, then at least where the opponent has a longer line that they can initiate. Yeah, yesterday I had a talk with Magnus about his game with Firouzja, and he was running through these deep variations even in this very simplified endgame, which he said he was calculating during Firouzja's time. So clearly he's able to kind of see these deep variations even when it looks like nothing is forced.
yeah.
Even when it looks like, especially after a move like h3, it's just a bit of a maneuvering battle for the next 2 or 3 moves. So, okay. Tari gaining in confidence, most likely, while Magnus continues to think.
At the same
What?
time, it may make you more nervous because you think, okay, I'm doing fine, am I?
If Magnus plays something unexpected, then maybe the nerves will come. But
Yeah.
if he spends half an hour and then plays like rook e8, then you'll think, oh, okay, then my position can't be too bad with white. Yeah, the more I look at it, the more I like this h3 move by Tari, just keeping options open. We never found a refutation of this, or kind of anything too
No, but
tempting
still,
against b4 for
after
black,
b4,
but,
what is your idea to do?
I mean, knight b3 seemed the most challenging from what we
Yeah,
looked at.
and yeah, we looked c4, right?
Yeah.
But what about b takes e3,
Okay.
takes, and let's say knight d5?
Knight d5. And if I... Okay. Bishop d2 feels a bit slow, but let's try it maybe.
Oh, you go such a slow...
I just want to slowly keep my
Just
bishop pair.
Protect your c3
attack
pawn.
e4.
Attack e4. Slow but powerful.
I'm not so sure. Even if black gives up e4 in some situations,
I also think
Feels
that black should be just quite
taking
okay,
on d4 maybe.
for example.
Yeah. And I wanted cd4, but maybe there'll be some knight c3 at some point.
Well, maybe just takes on b3.
Okay. And
Now
takes.
bishop takes, so you're not going to take bishop e4 anymore. And then I'm thinking to play simply f6 and f5.
The
maybe.
kickback starts. Yeah.
And black has a beautiful position.
Yeah. d5 knight. Looking good. I don't know if I could have
that
gained a tempo.
blockade.
Could I have gained a tempo by taking on a5 maybe a bit earlier on? So after cd.
After cd, takes,
cd4 now.
cd4. This might be smart.
I mean, okay, I might win e4, but there's going to be tactics. There's going to be some. I mean, the knight on d5 will give always some good compensation. So it doesn't feel amazing for white. But then again, maybe this is something.
What about
along
bishop b4?
Okay. And I'll
Bishop
take.
b4, queen b4.
Okay, and rook b1. You just want
Don't
to go
forget this knight c3 is
back.
coming.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm still trying to work out whether I can take on e4 though.
Yeah.
Bishop.
I was sure about that you will try that out. So after
Rook b7.
rook b7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, somehow still it works out for you.
Yeah. But the thing is, maybe Magnus, he sees b4, probably black is fine somehow, but maybe he just wants to keep more tension, more life. If white can simplify.
Yeah, I don't
this
think
type of
he's
stuff
worried
away.
about the position, really. He's worried about, or he's looking for the alternatives, how to keep the tension.
Yeah.
That's the main issue.
To make Tari nervous, to pose some questions.
Maybe we should start placing bets if he's going to think for half an hour. I
It's
mean,
getting close, right?
Does he often think half an hour on a move?
Magnus?
Yeah.
But he's only thought for 22 seconds all the game so far.
I think this clock time
Oh,
is
no.
slightly wrong, actually.
Okay.
Looks like he has been spending 28 minutes. 28 minutes on this one move.
Wow.
So we'll get those sorted soon. But yeah, meanwhile, Magnus, big question. How to maintain the tension. And yeah, there we go. We see the clock times. Half an hour down on the clock. We nearly never see that from Magnus at this early stage, even when he's freestyling the opening, which he occasionally does. Yeah. Maybe the moral of the story is always play h3 in the Spanish. Better late than never. You force
Yes,
your opponent
but
to think.
usually you do it before move 10.
True. Around move 10 maybe, yeah.
Well, you need not be afraid of being left with a dead drawn position because he wins them anyway.
I don't know what you think, David, about it. That I know you were a guy, or you are who likes to think.
Yeah, too much.
You like to think, and you end up in time travel time
Yeah.
to time, right? So, what was
99%
the
of the
longest
time.
time you were thinking on one move? Do you remember any spectacular?
I'm not sure whether it was the longest, but I once spent an hour and 20 minutes on a move.
Oh my!
And it was a blunder, so of course. Long think, wrong think, right? But yeah, it was a must-win situation, and I saw that I had 2 or 3 ways to pretty much equalize, force a draw, but I wanted to somehow create something. So I spent a lot of time looking for something that wasn't there, and in the end I convinced myself that there was a genius move, and of course it backfired very
But I
very
think
quickly.
it's not seldomly that this happens. It happens so often.
Yeah.
And I think around half an hour, which can be still the maximum that you really use your time
Where it's actually
efficiently.
objective thinking.
But after that, whatever you spend,
Yeah.
most likely you can it can happen that you don't go to the best direction.
Definitely. You have
Happens
this,
so many times, no?
yeah, no, for sure. You have this inner monologue, and somehow you talk yourself out of the best decisions, or against your first instincts, and it's...
Yes. But I think I don't know if there was a book or know about it, but it would be so interesting to see the psychology, that why people think so long, and why is that I think it's like 80% at least, that if you think longer than half an hour, it's like 80% you make not the best move and the best decision.
Well, probably when you were thinking 1 hour and 20 minutes, you repeated certain lines 100 times.
Yeah. I think I sat there for 20 minutes just thinking about life, just regretting my opening decisions, regretting everything. Yeah. So, how about yourself, Judith? You were quite practical with the clock in general?
I was actually not a time travel player at all for a long time. And when I felt that when I was not playing, competing enough, that's when it happened. And also when I started to get rusty sometimes, then somehow it means that you're just repeating it. You don't believe in yourself. You don't have the self-confidence. And then you're calculating a line. You say, okay, I have to double check this, and then I have to triple check this. And then I also ended up sometimes in time trouble. But I knew and understood that's the main problem for me, and I think for many of the players, not for Magnus, I think, in this case. But when you don't play enough, and somehow you have to be in training so much, that you start spending, repeating the lines again and again, and that's how you waste time.
Yeah, for sure. Did you also find that even when you did have these occasional long thinks for 20 minutes, half an hour, say, most of the time, would you play your first intention? Would you go back to...
It happened many times, of course.
Yeah, that's the thing with chess players, right?
It is so strange. Yeah. Yes, because if you play it instantly and then it's wrong, you are going to blame yourself that, okay, come on, you had time. I mean, why didn't you think and you spend the time, right?
True.
So you have to make already this decision also, that when are you thinking that it is a crucial moment of a game, so in this position I have to spend the time, because it is crucial.
When did you begin to play slower, let's say? I mean, as a young girl, you played very fast, and this is obviously a mix of talent and impatience. So when did that become...
That I didn't play so fast?
Yeah.
Well, when I was a kid, I was playing like really fast. My coaches were telling me, sit on your hand, not to play so fast. That was the old classical saying. And then I think when I became a 2500 player, like when I was 13, 88, 89, that's where I started to understand. But of course it depends against who you play. Because when you're stronger than your opponent and it works that you play fast or something, then you're not going to change your habits. You're going to change your habits if you're not going to win the game. You're making mistakes again and again, and then you understand that you have to switch your mindset and your time management and everything. So I think by the time I was 12, 13, that's when I started to balance it out and not playing in half an hour. One game.
Who do you think was the fastest player? Was it Aryan?
Oh, for long it was no question. He was like a speed.
I remember seeing videos that he would just blitz the whole game and crush.
I remember Vacanze 90 or something. I think 90 Vacanze, and he was like playing whole game in 16 minutes, 20 minutes and stuff like that against the top guys. 30 minutes or something, that was already something. 40 minutes spent the whole game, wow! And it was so slow.
I mean, the games as well that he did play, they were great.
And nobody was even close to him in his speed that I know of.
When did he slow down slightly? Was it also maybe a bit later in his career? So I remember watching the World, well, again, a few years later, but watching the World Championship matches against Kasparov, and already then sometimes he would have these long mistakes and time trouble, and it was psychological already by that point.
And maybe you had a coach who said, sit on your hands, and then he did that.
Okay, so
you have some moves in the Alireza game.
Yeah, some action there. And,
so this is what we were talking about, kind of. right? Before that, black should be bringing his rooks. And that's it. So after king knight h2, simply king h8 was played. Queen f1, rook f7, knight df3, rook a f8. I like very much how black is playing. It's just, it's so easy to play with black, right? It's easier. It's so frightening to look at this king side for white. I don't know whether he can go g3, by the way. Maybe it's time to play g3?
I think just as you say it, he's played it.
Ah, okay.
Again, just judging by the camera.
Yeah.
It looks like he did push a pawn on the king side, so. Okay, asking a question of the black knight. White has kind of created this compact arrangement with his pieces. It does look a bit clumsy, but maybe it means that black is forced to retreat. And that black knight expected to step back, maybe to g6, h5. g6 doesn't look like the best square, controlled by the g3 pawn.
What about knight
Yeah, maybe knight h5.
h5?
Yeah. Also on g6 it would have been on the same circuit potentially as the other black knight. Maybe the other black knight wants to use the g6 square later, so h5 looks like the safer square. Now white has to decide how to unravel. Firouzja spent the last 5 or 6 moves just preparing g3, and now that he's achieved it, the big question is what next? And yeah, the current position, I expect to see Nepo think for a few minutes and then decide where to put that black knight. Yeah, I mean, it looks still no problems for black. He's achieved great squares for his pieces, but big what next question for both sides actually. Looks like a maneuvering battle will start now.
Okay, I go back knight g6.
Okay.
I go knight g6.
Say I play h4 just because it looks like the type of move that, because everyone plays h4 essentially.
It should be about time to play d5, or knight g4 is going to be
Actually,
a problem for me.
my plan is to go queen h3, rook f1, knight g5. And
Okay. You have your
dream world.
dreams.
No.
It makes a lot of sense, of course.
I was slightly surprised by king h8 earlier. It felt like that was a luxury move, but okay, maybe black didn't have anything better.
Well, maybe he played king h8 in order that if he sacrifices something, the knight, then after knight g4, it's not going to be with the check.
Yeah, true.
So probably that could be the
Some concrete
idea.
reason, yeah. So it looks like he's...
Okay, so if knight h5?
Yeah, I think he's played it. He's retreated with his knight to h5. Okay, and again, the question for white, how to improve. That rook on a1 feels like it wants to be somewhere, but I'm not sure where. The white queen not looking great, so h4, creating the h3 square for the white queen looks nice, or just queen e2. Actually, queen e2. Maybe black can think about knight back to f4. That'll be a funny repetition of moves.
Can black improve his position? I mean, or has he achieved everything?
I guess one question for black is whether to push g5 later,
Yeah.
slowly rearrange, kind of move the black queen, move the black knight, and then g5, h5. And comes with some risk though.
I mean, that would be the way to attack. I mean, you have to start pushing the g pawn.
So we have actually knight h5 on the board. That was the move.
I mean, black can aim for d5 at some point, but again, that also comes with its own risks of the e-pawn suddenly becoming vulnerable.
Yeah.
Then you're suddenly giving white chances that he doesn't have yet.
Yeah, exactly. I think if black plays d5, if you don't get time to also push to d4, then
e5 can be in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, white always has knight g4 in his pocket to come after the e5 pawn, so it looks like d5 is going to be very hard to achieve. Maybe we'll have to go back later on to that b6 idea you mentioned, b6, just defend all the pawns over there, then relocate the c6 knight. Long-winded.
Well, white, look at this with these knights on h2 and f3. They are like
a rock.
Yeah, they defend each other so well. But what, are you going to play h4?
I kind of want to. I don't even know why.
Why not? Well, you said queen h3, right?
Yeah.
Why not?
Gaining space. It's maybe less attractive now for
queen
black.
f6, queen h6.
Queen g6, yeah. Queen g2.
But now I think d5 is possible.
Now maybe d5.
d5.
Okay, because now you will achieve d4 if I don't touch that pawn.
What do you play?
I'm wondering whether I can play e takes d5, e takes
And?
d5, and rook e5.
Oh, but rook f3.
Rook f3
Twice.
twice, and a really imbalanced position now suddenly.
Well,
Queen d5.
you really want to do this.
I mean,
You really want to do this.
It's not my pieces, right? It's not my.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, if I can somehow get the queens off, I'm very happy
d3?
with white. But yeah, I mean, it could lead to some big attack against the white king with these two knights. I don't know. Queen beast. Yeah, I mean, that's a long variation. And instead, Firouzja plays rook d1, so he's preparing d4. Maybe again in light of the fact that he thought black would eventually get d5. So just trying to get his central pawn push first.
Rook d1.
Rook d1, yeah. I mean, it's not clear that white even wants to play d4, but at least he's hinting at it. And black still can't play d5 in the meantime. And there we see Magnus, not looking too happy. Still.
Is it true that he's still thinking?
Yeah, well, I was just wondering if there's a transmission error or if he's really still on strike.
We can see the clock there. He's down to 1 hour now. He spent 41 minutes on this move. Yeah, having a nap, or maybe meditating. Just.
Yeah.
Does he do that?
I don't think so. He's been encouraged lately, as far as I know. I mean, he works out Pilates.
Now. He just picked it up. Right.
Actually, it's interesting that I didn't get to know that how many players are using these techniques of meditation, breathing, and stuff like that. Do you know any of the players who are publicly talking about it, sharing this?
Timur Gureyev meditates a lot and does yoga, but at the very top level, the elite players, I'm not so sure actually.
I never heard of it, and I'm actually curious why not.
Yeah, because Gureyev is doing many things that others don't do.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
that's not a big surprise.
He's the trendsetter. The others eventually catch on.
The rest watches.
Yeah, they watch.
Trend watches.
Yeah, they admire his genius and they think, oh, actually, maybe. But I mean, a lot of the players, they talk about their fitness regimes. I mean, a lot of them have very strict diets nowadays, and Magnus included. Just this last month or so, he's really started to get trying to get in shape for the World Championship match. But meditation, I'm not sure whether that's quite part of it.
Well, as it's a general trend, you'd be surprised if no one's doing it. I mean, so many people are doing it in, let's say, ordinary life.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Vichy, for example, had been doing this for a while. Vaguely remember some stories, but I'm not 100% sure it was him. So, yeah.
Yeah, when he started to play slower.
Maybe. Deep breath before every move for 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, it is quite surprising, I must say.
Very.
Especially in this time format, right, where there's no added time. If there was a time limit at move 40, then you'd think, okay, at least I'll have a long think now, I'll speed up and I'll get more time later for the endgame, but it's going to be hard to weave that endgame magic if he's in time trouble for the next 30 moves.
I think it would be fascinating to know what he has been thinking the past 40 minutes.
Well, which we're never gonna know.
Yeah. As you mentioned, Judith, by now he's probably just recycling the variations, right? He's going
Yeah, probably
back
he's
over them.
frustrated that, okay, I want to have some position which is going to be some unusual ideas, no?
Yeah,
Or going somewhere which is no simplification,
White's best moves will
something
be
to keep the
far from
tension.
obvious.
Yeah. And also it's hard thing to decide, I think, also that how much should be he forcing matters or how much he wants to simplify and go into the equalish position. Because he can go b4, which after we saw that it can be simplified pretty fast. He can try to play maybe cd4 generally. It's a pity for him. Maybe knight d5. What do you think about knight d5? Can he go knight d5?
Yeah, so knight d5. I guess you're asking me to take on e4, so I should
Well,
oblige.
if bishop e4, let's say, then f5.
Ah, okay, so in martial style now.
Martial style. Of course, I'm not happy with the knight on e5,
But if I'm forced to take on d5, which
But actually, it would be even possible to play f6 first, and only after that f5.
Okay.
So if you go with the knight takes, then
It's still tempting to suggest f6 or f5 at some
yeah,
point.
what happens? Let's say f6, knight f3, and even you can go c4 sometimes, can't you?
Okay.
Or that's too much.
It's ambitious, but you do have this amazing knight on d5. for
What
black.
about knight c4 kind of moves?
Yeah. Knight c4 looks like maybe the way.
So I think that there are different ways how to sacrifice the pawn, and that's what he must be hesitating.
Yeah. Maybe just weighing up the risk as well after, for example, knight d5.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
a big winning attempt, giving up this pawn for kind of, again, that alpha 0 type compensation squares.
But okay, you can
That's-
also go c4. What about playing c4?
Yeah.
If I go
I guess bishop g5.
bishop g5.
At least white has this kind of solid structure now, so even if black gets good
No,
squares to the
c4
pieces.
is not good. So what about h6? Can he go h6 due to this reason, or you just want to take on c5 in this case?
I was thinking maybe knight g4 still.
Knight g4,
Just this, but now knight
d5.
And questions will soon arise about whether white can take on h6 in some way.
You want to do things like this,
Probably
but then
f5.
f5.
Yeah. Now knight takes e4 and just let's go. No, this is
There
too
were
much.
not enough pieces hanging, right?
Yeah.
You should be doing it with some more.
Yeah. Probably black just takes the e4 knight rather than the other two, and just yeah, it doesn't feel like it should be enough somehow.
Oh, so he has played, right?
So he's made a move after
Yep.
what was it, 45 minutes or so?
What
Yeah.
was his move?
It looks like rook e8 was played. Again, just judging by the camera there.
Rook e8.
Rook e8. Yeah. So turns out to just he does want to keep the tension, but yeah, I mean 45-minute think and then rook e8. He won't be too happy with that. Magnus, just knowing him, he's a perfectionist as well. And okay, so giving Tari
So
a
what
lot of
about-
choice at least.
Okay, so what about knight g4? Right, this is... actually, this was your first move.
Yeah, rook e8. I
This
think
was
I-
your first move, and then you
Yeah.
said, no, not rook e8, because after this, queen g4, and you want to keep f5,
Yeah.
right? This is where we started out.
See, that's the thing, I would have done the same. I would have spent 45 minutes and then gone back to my first intention. Okay, so knight g4, yeah, taking doesn't look too appealing. What else?
Because that's also difficult for Tari. I mean, he's gained all these minutes, but at the same time, he has to restart again.
Yeah.
I mean,
What about now b4?
Okay.
Because knight is moving away from the center,
Yeah.
right? And
This-
okay, e5, knight was the most active piece.
Yeah, and this makes a lot of sense now of rook e8, right? Because you're indirectly defending e4. Yeah, I like it. Again, white doesn't necessarily want to touch any pawns on that side. Either way, white's going to be left with
Well,
an
bishop
isolated pawn.
a4 is an option, for example.
Okay, bishop a4.
Unexpected new opportunity for white.
I don't know whether I flick in b takes c3 or not.
Takes. Well, you can go back also.
True.
Even this is an option, because the
Yeah,
bishop
true.
went away, so the e4 pawn is not hanging anymore.
Yeah. That'll be I doubt it will end in repetition, but if white plays bishop c2 here,
He will not play
won't.
rook e8.
He won't play
He'll
rook
go
e8.
knight d5.
yeah. Actually, yeah, knight d5 comes with a lot of power.
Yeah, no, that's why I like b4, because after bc, knight
There's
d5
always knight d5.
can be extremely unpleasant.
Yeah, I like it as well, because even if things go wrong, even if you lose the e4 pawn with black, you've left white with an isolated pawn, and probably you're sufficiently active.
So what should white do? What about knight b3?
But if I take, you'll take with the a pawn, I guess.
Maybe knight c4? No. If knight takes, yeah, I think b8 takes
Because
b.
if bishop takes, then your
Yeah.
earlier idea, just c4, lock things down, get a square on d5 for black.
Yeah, that seems to be pretty good for black.
Something on d5.
Probably knight d5, why not?
But bishop takes e4.
Knight c3.
Bishop h7.
Bishop h7. Aye, aye, aye.
Yeah.
Aye, aye, aye.
A strong intermezzo. Queen h5 check coming as well. So
Yeah, this is a full
Yeah.
misunderstanding from Black's
yeah.
perspective.
The whole house falls. So bishop. I mean, if worst comes to worst, you just play h6 or something.
Bishop d6.
Or bishop d6. Yeah, exactly. Black will never be worse here. It feels like. I don't think White can ever round up the e4 pawn.
So what should he do after rook
Yeah.
e8?
Unless knight b3, but then taking with the a pawn. If knight takes
Yeah,
b3.
takes, a takes b.
Because at least now, in an endgame, White won't be too unhappy if the queen's ever come off. Knight d5 still. This bishop takes d4.
Yeah. So what about bishop b6
yeah.
anyway?
Bishop d6. Yeah. Bishop
Knight g4?
knight g4 and maybe
Knight
now
d5.
knight d5. Yeah. dc5, I guess bishop knight takes e3. Knight takes e3. And yeah, happy days for Black. It looks like.
Black is great.
Yeah. Bishop pair and
Black is really
g6
great.
f5 later.
So let's say rook e8 and Tari is thinking, right?
Mhm. So that rules out a couple of moves for Tari. Yeah, if the direct ways to go for the e4 pawn don't work, then rook e8 probably just a very sensible move. But clock situation, we'll see if that comes back to bite Magnus later on.
Yeah. Let's go for a moment to Rapport games, what do you think?
Yeah, a few changes there. Actually,
There's not much of a change as far as I understand, but still White played c6.
yeah, at least he's
after
committed to
b6.
this.
Yes, he went absolutely to this direction and played knight d4.
Okay, so knight d4. Yeah, so he's planning to answer bishop a6 with queen b4.
Yeah, so
He's actually,
the queen is kind of trapped.
yeah, he's boxed in the black queen.
Yeah.
And actually, this just.
This is a
looks
funny
material.
trap, yeah.
Yeah, so black queen has to
This
take
is-
white's queen, and,
yeah.
and we should maybe show, yeah, he takes b4 and. Whoops. Yeah,
Yeah, this would be very annoying. So knight d4.
that's a very nice move, knight d4.
Yeah, yeah,
Because also you're threatening rook a2 in the current position, right?
yeah. So what about black can go e5, right? So this is one alternative, and the other one is queen d2.
Maybe rook d8. as well,
Or rook d8. If rook
but just
d8,
e3 maybe.
but after e3 already bishop a6, because the rook is hanging. Maybe.
Okay,
I mean, maybe White can also sacrifice that,
but
but it's not the first thing comes to mind.
actually maybe, yeah.
No?
Yeah, I mean, this is like last resort. You calculate this, and maybe it's strong.
Bishop a6. I
That's
mean,
the
White
sixth
for
one is-
sure has enough compensation at least,
Yeah.
but this would be not the first move to check for me.
Okay, so rook d8.
After rook d8, what about just rook d1?
Mhm.
And then still rook a2 is a threat. Though it's not a threat to win because bishop a6.
Okay. This is true, so maybe no direct threat, but how can black profit from this? e5 now is a big question.
e5?
Maybe?
Oh,
I mean, it looks super
Looks
shaky on the
scary.
back rank, but
looks scary.
I mean, it might solve black's problems if there's no tactical refutation there.
So what about knight f5?
f5, yeah,
That's what I'm going to do.
I guess. Bishop,
Threatening with knight e7,
yeah.
bishop e6. After bishop e6, I think queen h4.
Yeah. Using the whole board, but creating some really scary threats now. I guess rook d1.
Rook takes, rook takes.
Do I want to grab on e2? Is that too?
You like to grab my
I just want to
pawns.
test.
You always want to
I want to
grab
see
my
your beautiful
pawns.
reputation of my
Yeah,
of my
yeah,
greed.
you're challenging me there. I don't
maybe-
see how I'm going to punish you
Maybe
for
you
that.
have rook d8.
Yeah, but takes, and
Knight
knight e7.
But then maybe black gives a check on e1,
Bishop f1.
and then f5.
Oh,
And then c7 and bishop c4.
and game over.
And yeah. White can fight with queen g8.
Queen g8, yeah.
And then make a new
yeah,
queen.
yeah, but the bishop e6, queen
And then
f8.
queen f8 and okay, this has
Okay.
gone wrong for white.
Yeah, this is not the way I want to go. So rook d8, you say?
Maybe. I mean, we still have to
Rook
consider
d8.
e5 possibly as well, but it feels like rook d8 and e5 are the first moves you calculate, right? And then if those don't work, then you look for
Absolutely.
queen d2 or trying to
Absolutely.
escape with the queen. Unless, yeah. Trying to find a way to give up material, but I mean, maybe the c3 variation is.
But is it a type of position that Richard Rapport should be happy with? I mean,
I think it suits his strengths in a way. Some calculation, but also some positional factors. When to go into the endgame, when not to. That type of thing, to me at least, seems to be something that Richard excels at.
yeah.
But then again, it is quite concrete, so.
It became very concrete. What about rook d1 and after e5 instead of knight f5, take there first?
Okay.
This will be good,
And
I
rook
think.
takes.
And then knight f5.
What about rook takes d4 though?
Ah,
Because after rook takes d4, this queen takes a1.
oh. Okay, so I probably will go rook a d1
Yeah, maybe this is
after
clever.
rook d8. It's not that I want to, because I wanted to leave my rook there to play
Sure.
rook a2, right? But at least now after e5, bishop c8.
Yeah, so should we see how that goes? e5.
e5 takes.
I guess I take. Rook takes
Well,
c8.
knight f5.
Yep, and I hope that I can escape
And now
the
queen
fork somehow.
g4, knight e7. I have
Yeah,
several
Too many threats, it looks
unpleasant threats.
like. Yeah. I mean, I'm playing with fire here. For black, I think this is definitely something to avoid. No, I agree. So
And after rook
maybe-
c8, if you go rook d4, takes, queen takes d4,
Okay,
queen takes d4,
Just need to
e4,
find somewhere good for the bishop. G6.
bishop h3.
Yeah. Just rook d1 and white's fastest.
Yeah.
Yep, looks good as well. So rook a d1 in that case. Maybe now bishop
A6.
Queen b4.
d4.
Okay, I don't lose a piece after queen takes b4, but still pretty good for white. Queen a2. Feels
I
like
don't know. I'm afraid that rook on d8 somehow it does not stand well.
But I mean, even here, just rook d2 at some point looks like it should cash in on some.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what is
Queen
this, queen
d5.
c4 or queen d5.
Okay. Bishop g2.
Queen g5,
Okay.
c7. Oh,
Yeah.
but
Maybe
probably
queen
c7 comes anyway.
Unless knight e4 works, but that again, it looks very shaky.
Wow.
But I mean, it looks like it's asking for trouble.
Well, it does look like that. I don't know. Probably I would go c7
maybe-
first and then look around.
Maybe also knight b3. Just attacking the black queen. Attacking the knight in e4.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, these lines look slightly scary for black at least.
Definitely. So what else do we have instead of rook d8?
You also mentioned e5 immediately.
Let's say e5 because that's extremely concrete, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
How
but
about this-
anyway.
Yeah, this idea you mentioned. with knight f5.
Anyway, but maybe what about queen d4, queen d4, e d4?
Ah, okay.
So we have an extra rook.
Okay, and black can play f5. And
Yes, but bishop g2 will be
Yeah.
there, right? So anyway, rook d1,
Okay, say
rook
rook
d8, rook c8.
Or maybe rook d8, I'm not sure.
On rook c8, I think. No, rook
want-
d4, knight b3, I understand.
Yeah, you saw my trap.
So what about bishop g2?
Yeah, knight e4 is always just too slow. You can just grab a pawn for white.
Yeah, so rook d8, something like rook c1,
I guess king f7, bring the black king,
and rook c4.
and rook c4. Yeah, I mean, black's got an uphill struggle to defend this, knight e6, but white's having all the fun. Maybe this is a Richard position similar to yesterday. He'll just play like a4, he'll play f4, king f2, and just sit on black, and black is a bit stuck.
Yeah. So e5 generally is an alternative. What about bishop a6, queen b4? That's losing, right?
Looks that way. You did mention, though, that there is no immediate threat with rook a2 because of bishop a6, so can black do anything?
Yes.
Feels like queen d2 running away with the queen is not going to be...
It looks somehow slow,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Feels like white should be able to build up some initiative now. Just rook f2.
Well, queen b4 is also a move,
True.
pushing the queen back.
Rook fd1 simply as well.
I think also knight b3 is an advantage,
Ah, okay.
probably to eliminate the knight on c5.
Yeah, once that knight disappears. Danger
Yeah,
for black.
knight d4 actually is a very interesting choice, and it shifts the game to a completely different direction.
Yeah, we were
Because-
expecting some kind of strategic, just sit on black
Yeah.
type of position, but
And
Now
Aryan
it's
Tari,
concrete.
he has played knight g4, as you suggested.
okay. And now we quite liked this b4 move. For black.
So, oh, so Magnus is thinking again.
Less than a minute so far.
Okay.
So, yeah, I doubt we'll see another 40-minute think from him.
Oh, that would be something.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand h3 not being on his radar, maybe surprising him slightly, but knight g4 will not have.
Yeah, knight g4 must have been absolutely.
Yeah.
That's the key move, right? But now I think he has several options, which
Okay.
he's thinking of.
So we mentioned b4. What else?
We mentioned b4, but also what about c4?
Okay. just-
Because he's ready that after knight f6, bishop f6, and he just defended the pawn, right?
and if bishop f4 in that position, you defend it with.
Bishop f4?
Sorry, after taking on f6 and then bishop
Ah.
f4. How are you defending the e4 pawn?
Just like that.
I want to get those knights off so you can't play knight d5 and then round up. Because if you had one tempo as black, then I think
Yeah.
you'd be very happy. Just put a bishop
Yeah.
on d5.
Okay,
and
but
d4.
this means that this move is not an option.
Definitely doesn't look too appealing to take on g4 right now, while the white queen can take
What
back.
about bishop f8?
Okay.
Bishop g5, right?
Yeah. Pin and maybe win.
No, I don't know. cd4?
CD4, yeah. It's going to sharpen up for early now. Bishop takes f6.
But I hardly believe that this can be good for
Knight takes
black. No
e4.
way. No way. What about knight d5? This we also talked a bit, but then bishop e4, right?
Bishop e4. Yeah, if only that rook was back on f8 now.
Yeah.
f5. Yeah, I'm struggling to see any concrete.
What is this knight
justification.
c3?
Wow. Okay.
Takes
take.
and f5.
Maybe knight h6 check at the very least.
And knight g3.
Knight
of
g3
course.
just to ruin it. Yeah, ruin that king
Yep.
side. d5, knight takes e4, knight takes e3 doesn't, it's not that ambitious. Maybe knight c4. Or,
Yeah, knight c4 is always
Yeah.
there. But after knight e3, I
Yeah.
think. And this, I love when the knight can reach to f5.
yeah, reaching f5, but also stopping black playing f5, right?
Yes.
That's the key. Unless cd4 here. Do I have some bishop b4
Knight
discovered?
I would not waste my
Going
time.
for that king, Jude. Yeah. Oh gosh, do I want to try and defend this against you? Oh, probably not. Bishop f8.
Well, maybe you can even take these, take c3, I don't know.
Okay.
Take and queen g4, g6.
e6. Mm-hmm. No knockout blow. Rook a d1.
Though maybe it doesn't look so good, yeah?
I mean, it looks scary for black, but maybe you can walk a tightrope and survive somehow. That's a lot of attacking pieces now for white.
Okay, so where were we? If knight d5,
Yeah.
knight e4, knight e3, right?
e3, yeah. So, yeah, if rook e3 or f3, then f5 looks like it should at least scare white. I can't see
Yeah, I
any
think this is good.
sacrifices here. Looks like this picks up a piece.
So knight e3,
Knight e3, and now c takes d4.
and this is where we went, this
Yeah.
move.
Because if c takes d4, bishop b4 looks a bit annoying. Hitting
Yeah.
e1 and hitting e4.
At the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so knight
Yeah.
f5.
Knight f5. I mean, this could be a key variation if he wants to keep tension by playing knight d5, Magnus. Okay, should we say... Actually, if we say bishop f8, then white can just take a pawn, so...
Yeah, knight d4,
just
right?
at the very least, yeah. And okay, two bishops, but it doesn't feel...
Okay,
sufficient.
so knight g4, this was knight d5.
Yeah, how
So
about-
what about, yeah?
Oh, sorry, I was going to say knight d5, knight takes e4, then knight c4. And, okay, he has played knight d5 actually, so,
Oh,
yeah, big,
so real excitement starts.
yeah, committal move, but an exciting one for us here in the studio. Okay, knight c4, at least he's attacking b2. trying
Okay,
to
what
loosen up the
happens
structure.
if white just simplifies? Knight to c5.
Mm-hmm. Just a question, so what was happening after f5 instead of knight c4? Did we just skip over this option? I mean, maybe white can get some compensation in some lines, but... Do you see a way to save the knights or to open up the black king?
But now I'm confused. What happened on bishop e4?
Yeah, bishop e4. I think this is what we actually suggested earlier, and then we just got caught up in knight takes e4 just now. When
Knight
we came back to the
c3
position.
we were looking.
Ah, okay, that's right, yeah.
But then you said knight h6 and knight g3.
Yeah, this looks pretty nice for white. Maybe there's other
But
options
okay,
as well.
after bishop e4, what else do you do?
How about knight takes e3 now,
Knight takes e3, knight e3.
and then cd4 and just try and equalize. I mean, I don't know if Magnus invested all that time to try and get all the pawns.
But c takes d4,
Queen
knight f5.
takes, yeah, and then queen d, definitely not queen d7.
Well,
Whoops.
I mean, this is not going to be, well, maybe it's drawish,
Queen f6.
equalish.
Yeah.
Queen e3, knight d6.
Okay, this can't be what Magnus is playing this line for, though.
Yeah.
Fighting for equality. So, okay, bishop takes e4.
So, yeah, let's see bishop e4 because it's becoming so concrete, right?
Mhm.
Bishop e4, what does he have in mind? h5, knight e5.
Could he be heading for something very similar to what we showed in the other line? So knight takes e3 first? Knight takes e3, knight e3, take on e4, knight e4, and then cd4.
Okay, cd4,
And bishop
b4.
b4. So again, double attack on e4 and e1. And if white has to play knight c3, then black's very happy. Well, relatively happy. Happy that you're not going to be a pawn down anymore, but maybe not happy about
But
winning
I don't know
chances.
how happy actually black is if takes.
Maybe rook takes c3 as well, I'm not sure.
Yeah, probably you can go with that.
Yeah, I just want to get pieces off the board as many as possible because of the
Yeah,
queen side
because if you would
majority.
take the bishop, my plan was to go takes, and knight d5.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I don't know how big deal it is. It's just
Scary to face the
I was thinking
rook
that
c8.
it's yeah. You have to go back somehow. Queen h5 maybe.
Yeah.
But rook c3 I like.
Mm-hmm.
I like rook c3. So probably this is the idea, and if
Unless white can try something along the lines of what we mentioned earlier, but with the bishops off the board. So after, so either in this position or after bishop takes e4 first, then just knight f5.
there.
So we're playing c takes d4 here, right? Okay, so this is a more precise move order maybe than bishop takes e4 first. Yeah, knight f5 here feels too speculative.
Yeah, after knight c5, dc3,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I was hoping to achieve this with the white knight already on e4 after
Yeah.
the bishop trade. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so if bishop takes e4, not leading anywhere too exciting for Tari. What other options are there?
Okay, let's see after knight d5 what options, right? But it seems like after bishop e4, knight e3 is the move.
Yeah, and it looks like we don't have to consider too many other options for white because Tari has just taken off that pawn.
Okay, so it's getting some simplification soon.
Just getting rid of some dust from the board there, Tari. Okay, so bishop takes e4. Yeah, knight takes e3 seems to solve most of the problems for black, but nothing more than that, right?
Knight
Knight
e3.
takes e3.
So after knight e3, we decided that c takes d4 is the best.
Most likely.
And after knight f5,
Here, I
just
think
takes.
dc3, yeah. And queen g4, I guess we can just meet in a couple of ways.
g6.
g6, yeah. Definitely not bishop f8, that's the only one we don't want to play.
No.
Because of knight h6 check, but yeah,
No,
g6
no.
looks. And it's quite nice to have this white knight still on d2, so there's no rook a1.
Yeah, that it's hanging, right? So white
Yeah.
has no time to take back the pawn. Okay, and if c takes d, then
And a choice between queen takes d4, but probably just bishop takes e4. Here there's knight f5 to worry about.
yeah, which probably also does not lead anything special for white. Going bishop queen f6, right?
But this one white can completely kill the game, right? By taking
Yeah.
on b7, taking on e7.
So if you go bishop e4 takes bishop b4,
At least here it will lead to some imbalance, maybe. I don't think white wants to play knight d2 because of queen d4.
I think I would go knight c3 or yeah, there is no other move, I guess, because white does not want to sacrifice.
Yeah, I don't see
So
any
knight
sacrifice.
c3, you take with the rook, right?
Yeah, let's try this.
Takes, takes, bishop takes.
And yeah, I mean should be equal with.
Oh,
accurate
black is
play,
not
but
worse, I
black's
think,
not
at all.
worse. That's it. Yeah.
I mean d5 I would consider, and then you go here,
Do I-
takes and knight c4.
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, here black's definitely not worse.
So we have knight e3 on the board.
So we're heading straight for this type of position, this variation.
But I think during these 40 minutes, what Magnus was spending,
He seems to have seen quite deeply.
yeah, he was calculating all the way.
Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah. 40-minute thinks they could look disastrous, but they could work out really well, right?
Yeah.
If you spend that time wisely, which Magnus seems to do.
Meantime, it looks like Firouzja has gotten the play in the center that he was hoping for.
So what kind of moves we have over there?
Okay, so we have had a change of pawn structure in the Firouzja game. So after
Knight g6,
knight g6,
d4, right?
white played d4, and trade of pawns on d4, ed4, cd4, and knight back to f6.
Well, yeah, it seems like Firouzja improved his position significantly.
Enormously.
Let's
yeah.
say 5 moves ago, if you just go back to this position, how passive he was, right?
Especially
And then-
before he got g3, it looked
Yeah,
like white was cramped.
it's like
and-
here in this position, look how passive white was.
yeah.
And practically 7 moves later, just white stepped a little bit, two rows forward, right?
And he's kicked back both of the black knights. The black queen's gone back.
Yeah, the e5 pawn disappeared.
Yeah. And if we look, I mean,
Very
the
surprising.
pawn, yeah, the pawn
Black
structure
have
now is.
been- sorry, should Black have been more active? I mean, did he just let this happen?
Sometimes it's difficult if you've missed the moment to stay active or to keep control. Then
Actually, sometimes it happens
I
in
think that's
these
forced back.
lines, no? That
Yeah.
you're very active, but actually then white can be pushing your pieces back,
yeah.
and then you can recover or even get better this way.
It's as if white has the potential, but black's already maxed out his position, and then it's like, what next, right? And then
Though I'm not sure he
white is
had
the
to
one.
go back here to queen e7.
Yeah, that feels
For example, knight e7 was a
97.
completely reasonable move.
I guess d4 anyway.
Also d4, yeah.
Also, maybe knight e7. You have to calculate knight g4.
Queen g6
And then
and
knight
knight
e5,
e5.
It might be good for white. It
Yeah.
might not be, but maybe Nepo didn't want to take the
Okay,
risk.
so he went back all the way to e8. Probably he wanted to attack the a4 pawn a little
Sneaky.
bit and then go knight g6. White played queen d1. I like the queen on d1 a lot.
Yeah.
Defends the a4 at the same time looking a little bit on the other side to
Yeah, hinting at
the
knight
knight.
takes e5.
Yeah, like knight e5 can be a next move. And after knight g6, d4 takes, knight f6.
And it looks like this is the current position. So, Firouzja, just thinking here. Now the question is for him whether he's maxed out his potential. What again? What the next step is?
Well, now I
The white
think
knights
black's move is d5 in the next move. He wants to
Okay,
create his the square for the knight on e4.
This is true. I mean, if white could achieve that pawn structure, d5 and e5, without allowing the black knight in, then I think white's very happy. But
So what if he goes d5?
d5 himself, okay, makes sense. And black has a big life choice to make: push, take, or leave it. Yeah, I'm scared if black leaves the pawn here, then white's going to reroute the knight in via d4, get to the e6 square. If black blocks it up with e5, then the c7 pawn is a backward pawn for a long time.
So what if he goes e5?
Yeah, so I guess
After all,
maybe white can switch the attention to c7 slowly.
you mean
Takes a
rook
while.
c? It's
c2
not so
with
easy.
queen takes
Yeah,
a4.
queen a4, rook c3, knight on e4.
I guess
Comes.
black's, again, maybe there's no rush, black's not threatening anything yet, maybe just b3, or do I want to save that square for a piece? Okay, say b3, just rook c2 coming next. Eventually I'll try and triple up on the c-file.
Also interesting developments in Rapport's game.
What do we have over there? We stopped after knight d4,
Wow, okay, so there's some big developments. So after knight d4, rook d8.
and after all he went e3, right?
Yeah, so again, our first suggestion, but that was a bit of a
We were talking about rook
accidental blunder by me,
a d1.
but
Yeah, we were looking this and bishop a6, queen b4, and black is not capturing it but played knight d3.
knight d3, yeah. I mean, maybe we should just check out what would have happened after queen takes b4, because that was quite sharp.
Yeah, this is what we were thinking, that after takes, bishop f1, and after the knight moves away,
Bishop
white
a6.
goes bishop a6.
Oh, what a bishop.
And this is with full compensation, threatening all kind of moves like c7. Though knight can go back to d6 and it can be a good defense, but probably rook c1. And white is aiming to play c7, and maybe after that even to exchange the knight on b5.
Yeah, and even if black can defend, it's difficult. Yeah, those black rooks completely dominated, so okay. No
Okay,
matter what the
so
evaluation of this is.
he did not take, but
Karyakin-
played knight d3, right?
Yeah, so Karyakin didn't like that one. Knight d3 instead, and the queens have come off.
Queen takes.
Queen
Takes.
Knight takes, and okay, big moment now. Does white move the rook, or does he try and continue sacrificing? I don't see any other useful
No,
move.
he's not going to sacrifice.
No.
No.
You can play a4 and hope that black takes on f1. And I've trapped your knight in b2, but no.
But
he'll
you're
move
not
the rook.
trapping because takes and e5.
e5, yeah.
So the question is where to take the rook, to c1 or b1. At first, maybe.
Do you want to help the black knight get back to d3?
Yeah, it's a question because after knight, rook b1, probably knight c4 or knight d3 is not so good because of bishop f1. Seems to be an unpleasant pin.
Yeah. And f5 always e5 always met by knight f5. I
Or
guess.
maybe knight c2, knight b4 would be my plan.
Ah, okay.
That is another idea.
Yeah. This configuration with the bishop on a6 and knight on c4 feels
Yeah,
wrong.
it can be dangerous. So what about knight a4?
Yeah.
But then c7 and bishop g2. Rook goes f8.
Yeah, so rook d7, there was knight takes e6, right?
Rook d7. I thought bishop g2 and bishop c6.
Ah, okay. Both
But
look
actually,
good.
I'm not sure that these things will work for white. Black will definitely, even here, just for the idea to show that in this position, black would be taking
knight
knight
c3.
c3, rook takes c7, and I think Karyakin is just extremely happy.
Yeah, worst comes to worst, he'll build a fortress and defend some. But
Yeah.
he probably has knight
Yeah.
e2, knight takes d4 as well at some point.
So,
Yeah,
but
he's the
okay,
master
what
of-
you said, I think knight e6 is correct. That would give a hard time for black. That would be the most difficult. And then instead of rook d7, let's say black goes to e8, but then knight c6 can be
Maybe black can. Oh, yeah,
brought into play.
yeah. c6. Maybe, yeah, knight c3 check I wanted to go, and knight back to d5, but you can flick in knight e7 check maybe. Maybe knight e7 check and rook
Knight
b3.
e7. Here, rook b3.
Knight b5, you can make a new queen.
Well, still
Or
again,
just rook c1.
the
Maybe rook c1 to keep the.
yeah,
threats.
it's quite a funny position.
Yeah, funny position, and it's definitely move by move right now. It's whether white can create sufficient action or whether black is just in time to hold things together.
Okay, let's see again.
Okay, so,
So
current
there we are
position,
standing.
knight
Rook knight b2, so
Yeah.
rook b1 is on the board.
Okay, rook b1 just
Okay.
played right now by Rapport.
Okay, so there is not much of an option for black, right? What about playing knight d3 with the idea after bishop f1, knight c5? So just to, would like to simplify and
Bishop R.
take, in any form, exchange one pair of pieces.
Yeah, and I guess if the bishops do come off, black will be relatively happy. Put a rook on c8 and
Yeah, I mean,
maybe even a
the
knight on c7.
outpost for the knight on c5 is excellent defender.
Yeah, I mean, if bishop takes a6, worst comes to worst, you even just put it back on c7, right?
Yeah,
And just
yeah,
say,
yeah. After
okay.
takes, bishop, knight c7 can be a great blockade over there, especially if
Yeah.
black king comes to f8, e7. Black is, to say the least, is fine.
Yeah, true.
No danger. c6 pass pawn will be more of a weakness than a powerful pass pawn.
Yeah. So maybe after knight d3, if we check out the options, for example, c7 again, or
Okay, what about c7? Black cannot go here because of bishop g2, right?
yeah, and the rook is
Okay.
trapped in the corner.
So black has to be moving to e8 or f8. Let's see what about rook e8.
Okay, so now white really needs to justify having pushed c7 before that pawn drops off.
What about knight c6?
Okay, and
Look
if,
at this idea.
okay,
And
Rook
after
A-
rook c8,
c8.
knight b4.
knight b4, yeah. And if I'm, okay, I definitely don't want to take. if I move my bishop. Oh, you're going bishop f1.
If you go with the bishop, then I...
Here maybe bishop f1.
Bishop f1,
Bishop
yeah?
f1, yeah.
Yeah, but on bishop c4 also bishop f1.
Possibly, although
Though
here there's knight b4.
Takes and knight c6.
Yeah,
Or knight d5.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah, knight d5, and looks like you're eliminating that c7 pawn.
Okay, so how does this work? So c7, rook e8.
Unless a4, a5 maybe,
I like that idea.
just to try and get that
A
rook
lot.
one working.
So what about rook c8, a5,
A5.
bishop c4?
Can I play a b6,
And rook a7.
rook a7, yeah, because rook e7 is
Knight c6.
yes. And rook e takes c7, knight e7 check.
Yeah, this is your trick.
And after
So I
rook
have to
c8,
go
you
rook
defend
d8.
a7.
I have to go rook d8.
But maybe now rook
Trying to survive.
b6 now.
Rook c7.
Just
I'm hanging on.
it, yeah.
Hanging on.
Yeah, rook d7 maybe.
But
just
we
about
have
holds.
knight a4 on the board.
Okay, so similar, but knight, well, maybe on a more active square, stopping this a4 plan at least.
Okay, so he's heading back to c5, which is a great place for the knight, right?
And occasionally he'll jump into c3 and back via d5 maybe.
Yes, also this knight c3, knight... and anyway, to give some unpleasant checks
And,
on.
yeah.
I still believe that his aim is just to play knight c3 and rook d4, which we were looking just in some line.
Some lines, yeah. For example, after c7 and yeah, just give up the rook on a8 in
Yeah.
some positions.
Yeah. This is what we were looking, right? This was the one.
So,
Actually, so what happens on c7?
c7, okay, we're looking at a few different rook moves, but
Yeah, there is not much of a rook move, so rook d6 is
you could
also
maybe
an
make an
option,
argument.
right?
Yeah, you can make an argument for this one. Controlling some squares, and rook c8 coming next.
Unless white can go knight c6. What do you think about this? Crazy
Wow,
move.
nice. Rook takes c6, I guess.
If takes, then bishop g2.
Yeah.
And on bishop b7, my plan was to go rook c1.
c1.
But probably you go knight c5.
But can you?
Take and rook d1.
Yeah. What moment though? Maybe now. Bishop d5.
E4.
E4.
Look at this. Look at this. Two pawns.
Yeah,
Action time.
Too strong. Too strong. I guess in that position, maybe black has to ignore the rook on d1 and take on d5 with the knight. That's a very Karyakin type of
Absolutely.
defense. Rook c8. This is similar to the line you pointed
Yeah,
out.
these things he loves, and it's a great saving opportunity for black.
He'll hold this.
I'm sure when he went knight a4, this is the main, apart from having knight on c5, this is the other exceptionally important saving idea. To sacrifice on d4, knight c3, and have some all kind of outposts for the knight.
It's unfair. Knight c6, such a beautiful move, and still black's able to kind of
Yeah.
sacrifice and cling on. Okay, so knight a4 is the current position.
Maybe bishop bishop f1 I don't.
Yeah, bishop f1, I guess. Black has a few ways, but maybe just take those bishops off. Knight c3, knight d5. How about bishop g2, just rook a c8. Yeah. Struggling to see the follow-up here. Unless, again, it's just slow, rook b4, a4. Try and break through. Nah, I mean,
I
bishop
don't
g2.
I don't feel that black is in danger. And if black is going to be solving his very concrete, immediate problems, then I think he'll save it without too much trouble.
Yeah. I mean, it's just the pass pawn, right? And if you can...
So we will be heading to Armageddon game in this one, I think.
Heard it here first. Yeah.
they're going to be the first one.
I mean, Richard, he'll spend a while here because if he, as you mentioned, if now there's nothing concrete, then straight to that Armageddon most likely. But I would be surprised if he invests 20, 30 minutes just to try and figure out a way, at least to put some pressure and to test Karyakin. Okay,
Yep.
so let's go back maybe to, the Carlsen game is very much as we predicted. There has been some action in Firouzja against Nepo. Pawn structure has slightly changed. So after
Okay, so after d4 takes, knight f6.
white played queen c2. Very sensible. Also threatening e5 potentially.
Yeah,
Trying
some
to-
knight over there.
Loose pieces drop off, as they say. So e5 for black, so stopping this idea. And now white took on e5.
Unexpectedly.
Yeah, you thought d5 as well, right?
Yeah, I thought d5 looks kind of, but okay, he wants to open up the position.
I guess maybe if d5 for white on the last turn, maybe the black knight at some point will get back to c5.
Yeah, and then this a5 move is important because white has no b4, right?
Yeah, I don't know whether white can grab on c7 here. I feel so greedy suggesting
Yeah,
all these pawn
yeah.
grabs,
I
but
mean, probably for the moment it's not good, but the principle, like queen c8
Eventually,
or something, and eventually you can do that.
so maybe black can clog up that c file. And
Okay, so
be
that's a
fine.
committal move to take on e5.
So queen c2, e5.
D takes e5.
Yeah. And black took with the pawn as well. Are you surprised he didn't take with a knight there with black? Was he?
But after
fearing-
knight d5, I think knight d4
d4,
might be
yeah.
the move. Trying to have some activity with f4, bring the other knight to f3. That I
Yeah.
would like for white.
Maybe put this central knight on b5 as well, just to tie down those
Yeah,
black pawns.
b5, also maybe sometimes to f5, but
yeah.
b5 probably is a more stable place there.
Okay, black's not losing immediately, but maybe some small discomfort there. So take, and rook c3 has just been played by Firouzja. So hitting a pawn and maybe trying to go to c5 in some lines to go after the a pawn, maybe the e pawn as well. Okay, still looks pleasant for white. Black's pieces, unless they create some threats against the white king.
Yeah,
they
it
don't look
seems
too
like
well
a pretty
placed.
solid position for white. But with black, it's also, I'm not sure it's so bad.
Okay, so how do we defend the c7 pawn? That's the first question. Or do we need to? Because e4 might also be hanging if white ever takes it.
Yeah.
Problem for black is it's not clear how to improve the pieces. For white, eventually you'll try and improve the h2 knight. Maybe you'll just play b3, defend the a4 pawn, start piling up the pressure against black's
What
queenside
about
pawns.
c6?
Okay, c6. I was hoping for something like rook c5, but
I thought you were hoping for something like this. That's what you want
getting
to
greedy.
see.
Just going after that a pawn. It's not easy to defend actually. So, yeah, queen a8, knight takes e5, b6, there's rook takes c6.
What about playing queen e7
Okay, yeah.
with
So,
the idea of queen b4?
but how about rook takes a5,
Yeah.
queen b4, knight takes e5?
Knight takes e5. Yeah.
And some small tricks, but again, it's the type of thing Firouzja loves. So these 2 or 3 moves
Yeah,
tactics.
takes.
And it's a bit loose for white, but are we hanging on here to everything? It looks that way. Knight d7, just rook f5. most
No,
likely.
this is like 2 extra pawns, right?
Yeah.
No, actually c6 is not something I would like to play.
You could think about b6 to try and play c5.
Or queen e7.
Or queen, yeah, queen e7 is very
Yeah,
sensible.
let's play queen e7 and sometimes to go to b4.
Yeah. Now, does white have time to reroute this knight on h2, knight f1, knight e3, knight f5?
Yeah, in principle, it's a nice route for the white knight.
It just depends whether there's any tactics against the e4 pawn.
And the f3
and
knight,
the f3
right?
knight, yeah. So if I play knight e3 next move, that's
But you
be
don't
some
play knight e3 in the next move.
Ah,
I make sure
I
of
should
that.
never tell you my plans.
Yeah, I would never discover that.
No. Knight h5, yeah. Scary
I mean,
move
that
to
it's
face.
only a matter of time when knight h5 appears there,
Yeah.
right?
Knight f4 sacrifices.
Or actually
Never.
another option, well, I like knight h5, but also knight h7 can be very unpleasant with ID and knight g5.
Yeah.
Eliminating and then somehow activate my queen to g5.
And now I regret not having my knight back on h2, just
Yeah.
holding everything
Yeah.
back together.
No, but actually I like knight h5 sometimes to go something like queen e6 and knight f4 kind of tactics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Knight h5 really puts a dampener on my plans. So, okay, so queen e7 looks like maybe the most solid move from Nepomniachtchi, and Firouzja still needs a bit of time before he can reroute and start creating some real threats.
Yeah, queen e7.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Both sides look pretty fine here. Who do you prefer if you had to take a?
It's
take
an
a side?
interesting question.
It is
Because
that
I'm
type of position,
hesitating.
right?
I'm hesitating here who to take. Would I be happier with white or with black?
I'll say white just because I like having a slightly more kind of, I like the 4 versus 3 structure on the king side. I like having this isolated pawn for black in the middle, but dynamically, I'd still be slightly worried
I
about
like
the king.
this knight h5.
Yeah, I can feel that. Yeah, I mean, in a blitz game, probably it's easier to
Of
play
course,
black,
for
yeah.
black. I
Yeah.
think it's no question.
White's
I
just
would
holding
take
things.
black for sure.
Yeah, really, really interesting position. Could definitely go either way. And are those clock times right? Okay, it does look like Firouzja does have a big disadvantage on the clock. So it looks like he's down more than half an hour. So
Maybe we
okay.
can have a small break.
Yeah,
What do you
looks like a
think?
good moment. Things are slowly heating up. but
After that, things
deep in
going
thought.
to speed up.
Yeah, so we'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Welcome to today's Kitchen Table Talks. Today I have with me Grandmaster Simen Agdestein, who newly got voted as the president for the Norwegian Chess Federation. Hello, Simen.
Hello.
Nice to have you back in Stavanger.
Nice to be here.
What brings you to Stavanger, really?
Everything. This is where it's happening. This is where everything is happening. I saw you on TV yesterday and I thought, oh no, I should have been there days ago. And this is the peak of the year for chess enthusiasts in Norway and maybe all over the world, collecting all the best players like this. And there's other things happening too. I got, for instance, 11 of my students at the Norwegian College of Elite Sports. I'm running the chess department there. And my students are taking part in the Open.
And how are they doing in the Open?
The money is good, the prices are good, so they are fighting for good money prices in the ELO group, under 2100, I think.
And talking about elite sports, you used to be on the Norwegian national football team, as well as you were playing chess on a very high level at the same time. How was it combining those two sports?
That was wonderful, wonderful young, glorious days when everything went my way. I was flying on a sky, but it all went very well until I came on the national team, the soccer team, I think. Until then, it was all just fun. I played football for fun, and I played chess for fun too. I was number 16 in the world at my peak, and I just thought football was my hobby. But then I got on that national team, and then I got contract, and I got had expectations. It was very, very stressful. And after a couple of years, I actually got injured, and I couldn't play any longer. So it was a short career. But I wished I could have continued, because that was just when Norway qualified for the World Championships in USA. And kind of my gang beat Brazil in 1999 in France and so on. So it was the peak years, so the national football years that I kind of feel. I wasn't, of course, it was, I wouldn't necessarily have been on that team, but it was my club coach that had taken over the national team, Egil Olsen. So I kind of regret that sometimes.
Very impressive, anyway. And you've also been one of the players in the main tournament, the Norway Chess Super Tournament, a few years ago. What was that like?
That was kind of my first meeting with the World Chess Elite after 20 years or so. I was quite old, and I started with 7 draws. I should have won 2 of them, so I was actually quite upset, and I thought that, oh no. And then I lost the last 2. I was so tired. But and I was actually quite upset a couple of weeks after that I hadn't won the tournament.
Very understandable. But you've been following the tournament now, I assume.
Of course, I follow the tournament. That's every chess player should follow this. So of course.
And what do you think? Who's the chance of winning here? What do you think?
Magnus is, of course, the favorite, but I'm not sure he's the favorite now. He struggles playing at home, which is kind of understandable. I have a feeling he feels the pressure, but I don't know. But I think it's cool that Rapport is doing good because he's a fun player, and I like fun players. I like entertaining chess, and so that I'm very happy with that.
Well, Simon, it was really nice to have you here in the HTH kitchen, and I wish your students all the best for the Open tournament, and hope you have a great time here.
Thank you.
And we'll be back tomorrow for more kitchen table talks. See you then.
sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. The damage is done, but I don't care. You're worth the cost, but I don't care. All I ever wanna be is eyes for eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin, eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. Feel it now, 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 now. Think about it later. All I ever wanna be is eyes for your eyes, lips for your lips, skin for your skin, sin for your sin.
Welcome back to Norway Chess Round 7, where all three games are still in progress. Maybe we can have a look at all the games and just do a brief summing up. I'll ask you my stupid questions and you explain what the position is really like at the moment. There's the Norwegian clash between Aryan Tari and Magnus Carlsen. It looks like Aryan doesn't have too many problems, but what does that say? I mean, where are we going? What do you think?
Yeah, personally, yes, it's equal, but I would prefer Black's position purely because there's this outside pawn majority. I could definitely imagine a scenario where the rooks or queens come off and those pawns start marching forward. That could become a factor. White does have a couple of isolated pawns, and there is sufficient life left in order for Magnus to do his usual squeezing of water from that stone. Just setting maybe a few tricks, a few traps here and there, kind of strategically and tactically maybe later on. So there's life.
I take white.
You'd prefer white?
Yeah, just for the fun of it.
Okay.
But also, I mean, I want to go d5, then I go somehow with queen or rook to c6. I'm dreaming a little bit
Yeah,
But
from the white side.
psychologically, is it about Magnus being able to keep the game going, just posing questions, posing small problems, and then...
I think his last move, just retreating that knight, has showed that he wants to. at least pose some problems, keep the game going as long as possible, and I hope to coerce a mistake later
But
on.
I think the position is roughly equal.
Yes.
Even though that, of course, what you said, that black has the majority of pawns, it would be very fantastic for black if he can exchange the rooks and the knights, rooks and the queens, and then bring the king, right?
Yeah.
But until we have the rooks and queens on, I would be also not worried too much with white, trying to play d5 and
But
occupy the c5.
you keep this psychological issue that it is Aryan Tari against Magnus Carlsen, and
Well, we'll see how this equalish kind of position with knights, rooks, and queens will work out.
Yeah, we've seen Tari's occasionally kind of misplay these positions and occasionally crack. So Magnus, he'll try for a long time.
I mean, this is not a position where Magnus will crack. I mean, if there's danger of someone,
True, yeah. I mean, Magnus knows that he can put the reverse gear on, put the brakes on at any point.
And
any
d5
moment.
actually is played.
Yeah. So we'll come back to this one.
well, then there's the game between Richard Rapport, the leader, against.
He went knight d5. Sorry.
Wait,
Okay.
So that was sorry.
Which game-
Before
which
we
game?
go,
Oh.
because it was a surprise to me. Because
Yeah.
I just wanted to say before switching that I
Yep.
would not like to exchange the rooks.
I think we both mentioned that, right? Just
And
because
now he's just exchanging rooks, which definitely helps black. I think, don't you think so?
the more pieces that come off the board, the more important
Yeah.
black's queenside majority is going to become that
Yeah.
outside pass
I
pawn
don't like this
potential.
decision by white.
Yeah, but we've
Takes
seen him.
king f8.
Yeah, we've seen Tari do this a couple of times against Rapport in the first game, swapping off unnecessarily, and it's come back to haunt him. So yeah, as you mentioned, that
why
exchange.
is it that let's say the queenside pawns are look like a bigger trump than the passed pawn that white has?
Yeah, I guess the white pass pawn, it is, okay, if the rooks do come off. So white's queen's pawn here on the d file, that's quite easy to blockade for the black knight. The black knight already doing quite a good job blockading it. It will never get that far up the board, whereas the black pawns, it's going to be quite hard to stop them marching forward, especially if the queens come off as well. White's king will take an age to march over, and even if it does come over the white king, it will get distracted, and maybe then black can switch, start going over to the white kingside pawns with his knight later on. I mean, if we imagine this position with the knights and the queens off the board, if it's just a pure king and pawn endgame, black is immediately just winning. This outside pass pawn will, for black, the outside majority will be enough of a distraction.
Yeah, it's much easier to control this single pass pawn than the two connected.
Yes, yeah, and even if the rooks and queens come off as well, even if it's just knights on the board, I think that is very dangerous for white.
Absolutely.
Knight endgames are very similar to pawn endgames in a way, in that a lot of the same kind of strategic ideas remain. So, yeah, knight d5, risky decision.
Yeah.
Well, then there was the game between Richard Rapport and Sergei Karyakin that we were going to, where white has this pass pawn on c6, which you weren't entirely sure about if that was a strength or a weakness. Well, I mean, it could become a weakness, but if you can maintain it, it should be a big trump, or is it not that big?
I mean, it's nice to have it, I think. It will tie down, for now, it will tie down this black knight. The black knight now acting as a blockader. So that pawn will keep that knight stuck on c7. But if the rooks do eventually come off, if black can activate the king, bring it towards the center, then it's another scenario where maybe black's pawn structure is more mobile, it's more fluid. Those, again, black having this queenside majority, the A and B pawns might start to march forward, and if that white c6 pawn, I mean, if the pieces get tied down defending it, for example, then maybe Rapport would wish it wasn't there. But while the rooks remain, it feels like white should be the one pushing here.
But keep on the rooks.
Keep the
would be
rooks on,
your,
I think, and keep
advice.
Yeah, keep this knight on d4 for white. Just make sure the black rooks don't get into the game. You can probe on both sides of the board with white. Maybe hint at a4, a5 later. Maybe just retreat the white bishop to g2. Maybe push g4, h4, start.
That would be the way to expand.
Yeah, you need two fronts in general in this position, and the c6 pawn is nice, tying down the opponent's pieces, but you need something else in order to break through. So,
I
what do you
would.
think, Judith?
Yeah, I also think a4 and a5 is a must as quick as possible.
Yeah.
because things can also turn bad for white. But f4 was, I think, essential that he stops e5
Yeah,
or
of
kind
course.
of moves like that. And for the moment, f6, e5 is not possible because the e6 pawn is under attack. So,
And this a4, a5 is just to create another weakness.
yeah, but at the same time, white can find himself after bishop c4, a5, b5, where maybe it's not much of a achievement, because let's say white bishop comes here, it gets exchanged, just looking at the position, something like this, and again black can try to move his rook to d5 and already come with his king. And in one hand the c6 pawn is a strong passed pawn, but for a long time it will not even dream about pushing it to the 7th because of this knight on c7. So actually it can be sometime a double-edged situation as well. So I think white has to be extremely precise in this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not yet very optimistic for Richard Rapport.
It feels like he maybe needs to adopt a similar approach to yesterday, just patience, just slowly kind of keep everything protected, kill the opponent's active plans, and just, if you can, maybe push forward with your pawns, maybe improve your own pieces in the meantime. But
I think this is the
long-
most important, what you said, to keep him not allowing to activate his pieces.
yeah, I mean,
I
if the
think
black rook
that's-
gets to d5 already
Yeah.
now, actually,
Yeah.
maybe that's why he's hesitating from a4, as well as the move you showed, bishop c4.
Yeah,
maybe
I mean,
d5.
rook on d5 would be standing excellent also, even if it just comes to c5. So,
So,
yeah, maybe because of this, maybe even bishop g2 can be considered.
yeah, for sure. I think
And
bishop
this is what he has been good at so far. I mean, to be objective and not forcing things.
Actually, I think white should be going to a4, and after bishop c4, not to play a5, but probably to exchange the white square bishop,
okay.
and not to aim for too much, and keep it as an option to play knight b5,
Yeah.
but being extremely careful.
Yeah.
And extremely patient.
Extremely patient, and I think I would say that draw is a good result. Not that white is worse, but I don't think he has so much resource in this position,
Yeah, it'll be nice.
especially not against Sergei, who is defense minister of defense by every means.
Yeah, it'll be nice to take the risk out somehow, maybe with a trade of bishops. And, looks
Yeah, but
like
it's so
Russian-
difficult to break up black's position. No?
Yeah, exactly.
It's like,
You need 4 or 5 tempi just to stabilize and perfect your own pieces, and you need to hope that black can't play f6, e5, or can't bring the king.
What do you think takes more energy now? The trying to have control for white or defending this as black? What is more nerve-wracking?
I think there's more onus on white to create something, to control things. With black, it's very simple. You've blockaded your opponent's strongest kind of trump card, and then now it's just slowly improve the black king, slowly improve the black rooks, if you can. But it's definitely clear what black wants to do. For white, it's definitely not the case.
yeah, white has to make serious decisions. You have to ask from yourself, do you want to exchange the white bishop? You have to keep it. Do you want to go a4 and a5? Where would you place your rook? Whether it stands well on a1 to support your pawn play on the a file, or should it be on c1? So I think there are a lot of questions for white, and exactly also to understand that which are the key squares which has to be covered by white, like the d5 square, for which would be extremely good if white could be control that square, even playing e4 possibly. But of course, white's d4 knight is not allowing that. So it is much more difficult to play it with white, I also
Yeah.
think so.
And once you lose that pawn, are you immediately in deep trouble?
Lose which pawn?
The passed pawn?
No, that's not an option to give up that pawn.
No,
I think.
not give up. But suppose you lose it.
Well, then
Then
it's
you-
then fun is far, far away from white.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is also, I think, the type of position where computers, they might over-evaluate white's position. They might say, oh, it's a big advantage for white, but I mean, if in order to show an advantage, you need a deep 20, 30 move plan, and that
Yeah.
requires keeping control and not allowing the wrong trades, the wrong... yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah, and
Very
actually,
difficult to
the
evaluate.
problem for white that black is really controlling all the squares.
Yeah, and his
So you just cannot pass the fifth rank. Look at this.
Yeah.
I mean, practically everything is controlled, right? So there
Literally,
is
yeah.
no entry to anywhere. I think this is my main problem, that the c6 pawn is excellent, it's beautiful, but it would be so nice for the knight.
You need another knight or a dark squared bishop or something here just to.
Or if you have a c6 pawn, then you're dreaming to have some knight on d7, bishop on d7,
Yeah.
rook on d7, right? So d7 square is a great outpost, but you just can't occupy it. So it's very challenging for white how to. I mean, it's also possible maybe to go bishop g2 and just go g4, h4, h5,
Yeah.
somehow to gain space.
I think this is definitely one of the plans. Maybe the reason he's hesitating from bishop g2 immediately, as well stopping rook d5, is that now then black can play f6 and maybe at least hint at e5 at the right moment. Okay, even if black doesn't play e5 immediately, at least king f7 and just, again,
Yeah.
same strategy, solid,
Absolutely.
slowly improving.
So still many questions to be
Many,
answered.
many questions.
Then there's
Actually, he just played a4, or no?
Okay.
No. It's only on my
Not
board.
yet. Yeah.
the third
Yeah.
game was the one between Alireza,
A lot of
Firouzja,
happenings.
and Jan Nepomniachtchi, where black seemed to be doing so extremely well, and gradually white wriggled free and
Started pushing everything back.
looks to be in really fine shape. How promising is it for white?
Yeah, so the rooks have come off since we last visited this position. Slightly surprising maybe, because black's rooks, they looked active, but they weren't necessarily doing too much. Then again, black does have weaker pawns than white, especially the e5 and a5 pawns. If white can get a knight to c4 now, that's the dream.
Just
Takes 2 minutes.
quickly go to c4 and
Yeah.
get back as a knight.
Transform
Well-
to a bishop and back again.
Yeah.
At least on its way.
Yeah.
Knight e3, knight c4, I think is the plan from Firouzja. Okay,
Well,
he's played
probably
knight-
the
okay, he's played
question
knight
is-
d2. Yeah. So, yeah. The problem for black is this knight on g6 is tied down forever. And the knight on f6 not doing too much.
Well,
Here,
probably it
black's-
has to go back to d7 for defense, right?
And it needs to hurry up trying to do that, I think, as well. Another question
But
is...
what about b5?
Yeah, I was going to say, another question is b5, trying to get the majority rolling, but also controlling c4. Is white's idea to play knight... Okay, queen c5 as well. Knight b3, potentially.
You want to go immediately knight b3?
Maybe. I like your queen c5, actually, as well. Yeah, just to aim for the c5 square, reminding black that the a5 pawn now is hard to defend.
Yeah, it can get some dangers for black, for white, for black. But what about, can black go for some counter chances to play knight h5 and knight f4? Or
Go
it's
for
out
mate.
of question?
It's definitely not out of the question, right? Just, I guess, do I have to flick in king
Because
h2
actually,
just
knight c4 would be a blunder, right? Because just simply takes and queen h3.
There's knight e1 at the end. Maybe there's nothing more than a draw for black, but at this point, I think Nepo would be very happy with. Oh
That's
dear.
what I was.
Let's go to F1. Let's go to F1 instead of H2.
Yeah.
Is there a difference in the, let's say, the king safety of both kings? I mean, this kind of sunlet and attack that you can have on the white king. Is there anything similar for the black king, or is that one fairly safe?
I guess it's safe for now, just because there's no pieces in the vicinity to actually attack. I guess, yeah, a king's only as weak as the attacking pieces around it. So maybe here white plays king h2. The white king's definitely a target, but yeah, but maybe if you find the right setup for white, you can rebuff the immediate threats, and then black's knights are
Yeah, it was just
just a one-move threat.
one move threat.
Yeah, and there we should mention as well, maybe if knight f4, then after king h2,
Yeah, then you simply
Then we
go
can
takes and
take a
knight
knight.
g1.
yeah. And everything's holding together for now. The black queen can't get to the g file in time.
Extra knight
Yes.
stays. Okay, so knight h5 would be too straightforward, and after king h2 there would be no strat left.
It feels like the kind of thing you definitely want to get on the board, though, somehow. Knight h5, it's just doing it at the right moment.
Yeah, but it seems like it's easier now to play it with white.
Yeah.
As like 10, 15 moves ago, we said it was easier to play it with black.
It's that practical chances.
At least that's what we thought.
Clear plan, yeah. Maybe actually in that case, I was surprised by all the rook exchanges, but maybe Firouzja, he's found a nice way to just kill all the risk, and still he's got these long-term ideas of going after the e5 pawn.
And is the a5 pawn, is that also a liability? Or?
Yeah, the a5 pawn definitely a weakness as well. I was saying right back in the opening, it's nice to have that pawn there, because when with this transition of the pawn structure in the centre, it's nice to have this kind of clamp on the queen side and stop white advancing, but suddenly it's become a weakness in its own right. So you're preferring white here, Judith?
I think so. I think there's not too much of a tactic for black. And positionally, I agree with your idea that the a5 and the e5 pawn can, both of them can get in trouble easily. And somehow white's knight can give more troubles.
Yeah. And stylistically, do you think Nepomniachtchi, I mean, this isn't the type of position he likes to find himself in?
I don't think so. This is exactly, I mean, there is no initiative, there's not, the biggest problem, I think, there is not much of a counterplay. So it's white is playing the cat and mouse game, kind of. Okay, I have knight c4, I have queen c3, I can go with the knight to e3, let's say, and to f5. So I can think my own ideas, right?
Yeah.
And that is also extremely annoying that after knight h5, with one simple move, playing king h2, everything just stops.
Yeah, suddenly the two black knights, they look silly if there's no checkmate, essentially.
And I don't even see a better place for them. Because it's, as you said, that you pointed out that the g6 knight is tied down to the e5 pawn. So it's not easy for the knight to, let's say, there would be an idea to regroup it to d4, but you cannot do it because the e5 pawn would suffer too much on the way.
It takes a long time for the f6 knight to reroute.
So that's why I was asking whether b5 is a reasonable idea. But you said knight b3.
It's just the greedy approach.
Yeah, but I think it might be a very good approach at this point already. Immediately attacking the a5, and the queen stands incredibly well on c2,
stopping any
protecting the e4, putting pressure on c6, just in case the a4 is also protected by
the black queen can't enter ever.
Yeah, all these squares are just controlled.
Yeah. So maybe Nepomniachtchi, he has to look for something like this, so just allow white to do what he wants, and then just find the right moment to play knight h5 and go for some attack, but it doesn't feel like that's
Maybe he
too
has
scary.
to go queen c7, what do you think? Just a prophylactical move, so after knight c4, b5 would be?
Okay, but even if black achieves this...
Yeah, I'm not sure, maybe you just go knight e3, right?
Knight e3, maybe. Okay.
Okay, then I go queen b6, or queen b6, let's say.
Maybe then,
or
is there something concrete with a takes b5, cb, queen c8 check, and queen f5 if you play king h7? Now knight h4, knight takes e5.
Queen b7 or queen c6? Queen c6, queen g6, okay.
Yeah.
But I thought about queen
Queen
b7
b7
to look for some counter chances.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that position after b5 looked, I mean, the best that we've come up with so far.
Maybe knight g4 simply.
Okay. Yeah.
No, this can be so dangerous for black. Wow,
Suddenly,
it can be very dangerous for black.
It's that question you mentioned, Dikjan, with the black king. It can suddenly, it does have a bit less pawn shelter, so if white's pieces do suddenly find themselves entering, then it could definitely become a factor.
And I think Firouzja generally, he's desperate that he wants to win today. He wants to show that he's beating the challenger for the World Championship title. He wants to show that all these things what happened yesterday is just a complete misunderstanding. He can beat a great guy like Nepo. And of course, as he stands on the 5th place right now, he definitely thinks there is a misprint.
But again, he's using much more time than his opponent, just like yesterday.
Yeah.
and he's the young one.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
that remarkable? That
I think maybe he dropped a little bit from the self-confidence because of the last few games, possibly, or especially yesterday's game, which was, as we talked in the beginning, how painful it was for him. But and we have knight h5. Look at that.
Yeah, so definitely trying to get excited about some threats against the white king. Huge threat in the position
Maybe
right
the
now.
idea
Knight
will
F4.
be to go after king h2 somehow to play queen f7 or something, so the knight is tied to his other knight on f3.
Okay.
so the threat is to check twice on f4 and then take on h3. But
In the current
as you
position,
said,
yeah.
king h2 is sufficient defense against this. I mean,
It looks that way. It rebuffs the immediate threat. So now, yeah, knight f4 we just take once, and knight g1, that is the... I mean, if the black queen, if you could put her on g6 or g5 right now, it's checkmate, but...
Yeah, somehow we
holding
have
together.
our old rules, yeah?
Yeah, somehow, unfortunately for Nepomniachtchi, the queen takes just too long, and by that time, white's queen and other knight will come to the defense. And you mentioned queen f7 here, Judith, but what if white just plays
Queen b3 or queen c4?
queen c3, queen c4, queen c5? I mean, lots of... so many tempting moves. Because the black knights, they're very one-dimensional right now. And white's knights are holding everything together.
yeah, so he's played king h2.
Okay. It's very
Well,
sensible.
it was expected, let's put it that way, right?
Yeah.
It's the only move, practically.
Probably.
I mean,
Unless
you can
play
go knight g1,
Yeah.
but you don't want to go knight g1, only when you have a piece up already.
Yes.
Just thinking about this use of time of him, that he's using so much time. And in fact, he's a very, very fast player. I mean, he's an extraordinary blitz player.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of Grishuk, who's an extraordinary blitz player. I mean, so there's in fact no real correlation between being fast in blitz and being fast in classical, or how?
I actually noticed that I started spending a lot more time in my games the more blitz I played, online especially. So when I was starting out when I was young, I used to be quite quick, and then around the age of maybe 13, 14, I slowed down enormously because I was playing a lot online, I was losing a lot of games, and actually, I think subconsciously, that would knock my confidence, and I would start realizing there's so much to see in the position, and yeah, it's just, I think it's the ghosts of those blitz games sometimes that come back to haunt you and cause you to slow down. So yeah, I've noticed there's definitely a massive crossover between time trouble addicts and the kind of blitz experts, or, well, players who indulge in blitz a lot.
Is that one of the difficult things about modern chess, that you play so many different time controls? I mean, someone like Magnus, I mean, he really tries to excel from bullet till classical. And there's a big difference there.
And does Magnus play bullets?
Yes,
Oh
all
my.
day, all night. I think I once saw him play a 6 or 7 hour marathon, non-stop, no breaks.
Bullets?
Bullet games
Oh.
online, often against Firouzja. So I think,
So you can count how many games that are.
yeah, I remember using this Aim Chess app recently just to analyze how many hours they'd spent online playing Blitz and Bullet, and for Firouzja it was, 700 hours in last year alone.
Really?
I think they'd played maybe 1,000 times against each other online, Blitz and Bullet combined, so Carlsen and Firouzja, so definitely
What's the score?
Magnus is ahead. I think it's roughly 2-1. So, but still, I mean, it's a lot of chess, and
Yeah.
for Magnus, it doesn't seem to affect him too much in the classical stage. He's quite good with the clock handling, quite practical, but with others like Firouzja,
He knows it, that it's for different purposes, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you don't
I
think
think
it
so.
affects your... Well,
Though a lot of people think. I know that Kramnik is just outraged on bullet chess.
Bullet. I think he's
He's
given
just-
up trying to stop his these young.
I mean, now we have these challengers chess too.
Yeah.
And in the first meeting, he said, please, everybody, until you are under my supervision, half a year, I'm the leading coach of you. No, please,
bullet.
nobody should be playing bullet chess. That's the thing which ruins your chess.
I bet they waited till he left the room and then bang, back to the bullet.
But it's apparently something that, well, is so entertaining. I was doing an interview with Duda, and he said, well, the thing I like most in my free time is just play bullet or.
Really?
And of course, it has nothing to do with chess,
Yeah.
but still.
It's like probably giving away your stress and just switch off your mind for many of the players. I remember I played a lot of blitz,
Yeah.
but it's 5 minutes.
Okay.
Without bonus, of course. When I was a kid, nobody knew what bonus timer is. And I played many, many, many bullets with my sisters, and we had some friends coming over and coaches and so on. But even that dropped dramatically by the time I was playing on better tournaments. Out of when I stopped playing in open tournaments, and I was not playing so much blitz. And bullet, very, very few games I think in my life.
And with the rise of the internet, did you also play blitz online?
No.
Never?
No.
Okay.
No, actually, I had a bad experience long time ago on one new website when it came out, and then I said, well, people are just commenting, giving in the chat. And then I said, okay, it's not fun to play, so I said, okay, I'm not going to. And I stopped somewhere there, so I'm not playing online. I didn't play ever too much, only maybe several games when it was, I had to for some reason, but it's definitely not something I consider fun for myself.
But well, David, you must see it an awful lot. This bullet. What do you think is it that they? What is? I mean, I don't know if you play it yourself a lot.
Yes, I'm
Okay,
in
confess.
remission. I'm going cold turkey right now, just
All right.
trying to
So
get over the addiction.
What is the kick?
I think sometimes, depending on your mood, it can be an adrenaline rush, but it also, like Judith says, it's a way to relax. Sometimes after I've had a long day, I don't know why, maybe it's just habit by now, but I like to turn on the computer, just play 5-10 bullet games, and okay.
But
of
why
course,
bullet and why not 3 minutes?
it saves time. We've got a short attention span these days. There's too much to do in the day. You know, it's only 24 hours. You've got to get as much action as possible within those 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, obviously, it's a double-edged sword, and there's a thin line between playing a blitz, for example, a profitable amount where you can actually analyze the games and learn from the openings, for example, and kind of get your eye in with the tactics. But also, if you play too much, it ruins the energy, ruins the mood, ruins everything. So.
But do you
slippery slope.
occasionally use opening ideas or?
Yeah, actually, nowadays a lot of preparation occurs with online games. For example, the last year and a half, I've barely played over the board, and when opponents prepare for me, for example, with online Olympiad and things like that, they look at my online accounts and they make a tree of my games. It's very simple to do now. So I always play a variety of openings to throw them off the scent. I make sure I don't play my favorite openings all the time, but I make sure I give them extra to think about. A lot of the games you play online nowadays end up in the database. It pollutes the database, but also that gives more to study, and that's a double-edged thing, right? So
That's a nice way of saying police the database. I like it. Never heard that.
I should.
With blitz
Modern
games.
strategies.
Yeah, but I sometimes play tournaments kind of just to give my opponents a false trail in future, so they waste time preparing for open Sicilians when I'll never play that as white over the board.
You see how clever, tricky guys are.
It is incredible.
But I know a lot of the top guys, they do the same. Magnus plays, I mean, all sorts of openings on the board, but even more online, just to give his opponents, a false
Extra
sense of
work.
extra work to do. Exactly. Maybe Nepomniachtchi's team now for the World Championship, they'll have to spend a few extra days preparing the Scandinavian or the Norwegian rat, all these different openings, and of course they'll never arise in the World Championship. But he's forced his opponents to do that work.
And there's always something crazier. I think 2 years ago at the after party in Wagensee, then suddenly, people start playing blitz, and then I saw two youngsters, and I thought, what are they doing? But they were playing 20-second games, but on the board, which I mean, totally crazy. And one within. Well, okay.
Impressive thing is keeping the pieces from flying,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
We've seen Armageddon in the World Cup, for example, over the board,
Yeah.
and pieces are all over the place.
So are you in general, well, let's say that's one of the things that Magnus has said, that in classical chess there's players who in fact were doing as well as he was, and that he wanted to make the difference by showing that he's better in the quicker time controls, and that says something about your chess strength or your talent. Are you in favor of that, to mix in other time controls?
I think it makes sense as a tiebreaker eventually if there's no decision, for example, in these World Championship matches that Magnus had against Karyakin and Caruana. I mean, there was no way to separate them. They were both equally impressive, the players, and then it makes sense to play the rapid games, and I guess that's why he's been training so hard on them. And I guess as well, it's a badge of honor, right? You show you have better instincts maybe than your opponent, or you can calculate slightly quicker than they can. But how about you, Judith? Back in your day, did you have many rapid tiebreakers? Did you focus especially on the quicker formats? Or?
Not so much. It was interesting with the time controls in my career because as a kid I had many trainings as a blitz game, but also I had quite a lot of training games with my coaches and my sisters, working on my opening repertoire, playing it out in a training games. And later on, of course, it was interesting when we started to get, I remember back in '88, there was the first Rapid World Championship in Mazatlan. Then after that, I think for some time they didn't have it, or they had in Canada once. But it was not like now. And for a long time, all the chess players, I remember the feeling that, oh, okay, it's rapid. Like, okay, it's rapid. Not to talk about the blitz, right? And then somehow 10 years ago, or I don't know exactly when, they started to really take it seriously, having all the top players in these World Championship, Blitz and Rapid tournament. And for some time I found it strange that how is it possible that someone is really great in classical and maybe it's not so good in rapid. And it was very nice to see when it was Anand once, I think, was he world champion in all three? No. I think, but he was in rapid and being a world champion, I think.
So,
then Magnus was in all three time controls, blitz, rapid, and classical. Because I think that really shows that your understanding is better, you're sportive, your physical preparation is better, your intuition is better. Somehow, there really you have you're skilled in so many different ways. And I think he was also extremely happy, even though for him also, obviously, you don't take a title of a classical game control the same as a blitz. But actually for the outsider people, I think it's not a difference. So this is also something interesting, that if somebody hears that you're a rapid world champion, wow. They don't make the people who don't play chess, right? And in some ways, it is something special. I mean, it's like, let's face it, in swimming, it's like, we talk about seconds, or not even seconds, fraction of a second, right?
Yeah, you had the 100 meters freestyle. That was the and then these days it's the 50 meters that they also swim. And
and people appreciate it, and they think it's fantastic, and they prepare years for that, right? Yeah. So definitely it's very clear that people, even professional chess players, they take rapid and, well, blitz a little bit, but rapid already, I think people take it much more seriously, especially during the COVID, that in the last year there were so many tournaments played out, and of course with a lot of mistakes, but I think with a lot of fantastic games played as well.
Yeah, but I think also blitz is being taken fairly seriously.
By now.
Yeah.
But let's say 10 years ago, people were not taking it so serious. It's like extra fun.
I have a question for David, see if you can. So Judith just mentioned the first Rapid World Championship in Mazatlan.
Mazatlan, I think it was.
Which was won by Karpov, right?
Yes. Yeah, 88.
There was another player who said, we're not going to do this. He was firmly opposed against rapid chess.
Okay.
And in an interview in You in Chess, he said, I will take up arms to defend classical chess.
Oh, who said that?
Who said that?
Kasparov. No?
Very good.
No, I know that he was defending so much classical.
It was amazing at the time. That I mean, it was just, we're not going to have this, you know. And then we're talking rapid.
And now Kasparov only plays blitz.
Okay. After you retire, that's that's a quite good thing.
Fair enough. Wow,
so things change. Things change.
Well, okay, but the world is changing, becoming so much faster in everything.
Yeah.
And well, maybe people will not like me what I say, but I'm curious what will be from the sport of chess in 10 years. Because I have my thoughts, my worries to say that maybe the sport itself will go into direction to have less and less classical games. Whether it's good or bad, whether we're sorry for it or not. But if you think about it, like other sports, most of
Yeah.
the other sports, it's
So maybe
difficult
it's
to have
just
10
where
days,
the money
12.
goes.
But usually money will be going. It's much cheaper for organizer to have a 3-day event, a 5-day event, an online event, a blitz event, right? For the audience, everybody's expecting things to be faster, more exciting, more blood, more drama. And of course, when you shorten the time control, you see much more of that, right? So it's not that I'm dreaming of that we don't have classical chess. I'm just saying that from looking at it from sportive point of view, I can imagine that it can go in that direction.
I
don't know
have
what
one
you
more quiz
think.
question for you, David.
Hit me with it.
So there was a reaction to that, what Gary Kasparov said, and there was another grandmaster, and he said, you know, I don't mind. They may, if I have to play on the moon, 5-minute game, and they hang me from the ceiling, I will do it as long as they pay. So who was that?
Oh gosh,
And he was a big name. Yeah.
big name.
Yeah.
Wow, when was it? It's important.
Around the
That
same
was in
time.
reaction to this. So when was
88.
late 80s.
That was
Yeah,
88.
yeah, something like it, around that time.
He was colourful enough to say this.
Lubo. I don't know.
Okay, you
Yeah.
played a match against him,
Karpov. No.
another world champion.
Spassky said that.
That was Boris Pascal.
Wow.
I thought it was hilarious.
Okay. Yeah.
Good.
And Spassky, I remember meeting him. I think I was 9 years old. Just so inspirational.
Yes.
But, yeah, I don't think it would be the worst thing in the world if classical, blitz, and rapid had kind of a level standing that we played all of them. Everyone has a different skill set, right? It's nice to kind of open things up to people who maybe have less time, who prefer to specialize in a certain time format. And
But don't
yeah,
you
it's
feel that
similar
we
to other
have
sports.
this shared acceptance at the moment?
Right now, I think, definitely, it's grown a lot over the last 2 years alone. But as Judith mentions, over the last decade, it's maybe led by players like Magnus who kind of put the emphasis on the sporting aspect. Yeah, it's definitely, we've definitely witnessed an evolution.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, while we do see Richard Rapport on camera, deep in thought, not too much has changed in his position, just the rooks all finding that d-file. And both players also getting low on the clock. And actually, lots of fighting games today. No Armageddons yet, no results yet, and still far from results in every game.
Firouzja, is he?
Firouzja looks like he's still doing pretty well. We liked his position, but
Yeah.
he's probing away.
So let's go back to Firouzja's game. What do you think?
Yeah. And
Just to look around what's going on in the 3 games again.
Yeah.
a couple of small changes in this one. Black's given up any thoughts of going for the White King.
Well, yeah, he went back. Then everybody went back to its place, to G2.
Yeah.
On G2, simply King is standing better.
Yeah, protects everything.
Yeah,
right?
somehow it just simply stands better because protects over there everything. But to say that not much happened, David, I think after C5 we can reconsider that. Why is this move so dangerous for Black? And
committal.
it's a desperation.
Yeah.
I think when you play C5, you're desperate.
Was it maybe almost, maybe not Zugzwang, but Black could barely move anything else, right? And the
Yes,
reason,
but what do you think about
Yeah.
these beautiful squares now?
and also the C4 squares an outpost for the White Knight. I mean, I wouldn't personally have dreamt of C5 ever, but
I mean, you
How
have
can
to
you explain-
understand the position very well, that
order-
this is your only chance
yeah.
to go for. I mean, to make such a move, to make this...
What's the idea? Just to create the C6 square for the Black Queen? Or?
Well, I think first of all he wants to
defend
just
everything.
probably B6 later on and have the opportunity to have counterattack against the E4 pawn.
Okay. Wow, so Nepo breaking all the rules in terms of what we should aim for positionally with our pawn structure, but
And Queen D3 was played now,
okay.
and Knight E7.
Okay, so maybe also
No,
Knight
his,
C6,
his
Knight
dream
D4.
is after all to go to D4. Okay.
But this dream wouldn't have been possible to realize if White's queen had stayed on C3, tying down that Black Knight on G6.
Yeah, at the same time he wanted
At
to
the same
defend
time,
his
yeah.
E4 in order to go with his knight. So
You have to
let's
give
see.
in order to take.
Knight C4, Knight C6.
So
But what do you achieve when you get the knight don't you also get a lot of weaknesses?
Maybe he just wants this threat. And actually it's not even threatening at the moment, because the e5 pawn would be taken after knight d4. So it's just like ready to jump.
Yeah, and we mentioned as well his personality, his style. He doesn't want to sit passively and defend. At least he has one active, well, semi-active idea now of planting the knight on d4.
Now it's very interesting situation if after knight c4, knight c6, because nobody is threatening anything, but if let's say white moves away with any of the knight, then already knight d4 is going to be something to count on. If white is not doing anything but plays h4 or something, black is not ready to do anything. But my question is that what is he really going to do? So how can white improve his position?
Without allowing any...
Without moving his knights from f3 and c4. But also the queen is tied to the e4 pawn.
Yes.
But maybe white should be sacrificing this pawn? Knight c4 is on the board, so after knight c6, somehow...
How would you aim to sacrifice
I don't know, I can give you in many ways, I think, if I want.
Really forcing me to take it now. Okay, so let's say Nepomniachtchi actually takes on e4.
Oh, okay, let's say
could
knight
play
d4.
But yeah, knight takes
and
e4.
I want to go queen back, so I opened up.
And if I retreat?
And you retreat and then somehow enter queen f5 or something. But probably it's too much, right? You go just e4.
I doubt you'll ever be worse with white, but...
Yeah, because this f6 knight is somehow extremely good defender, right? What about queen e3?
Okay. And
b6?
b6, yeah. I mean, white can make a lot of kind of useful moves, b3, h4, but as you mentioned, what after that, right?
What happens after that?
Eventually you have to give black knight d4 most likely.
Okay, so what do you think visiting other games? Because I think strategically there are very interesting things happening.
Isn't queen d6 terrible for black? Or?
Sorry?
Queen d6?
Where?
For white in the current position? No.
Yeah, he's plays it.
Okay, so actually, yeah, this is the most direct way of playing by Firouzja, maybe influenced by the clock situation. Doesn't want to maneuver
Well, probably
around.
black has to capture it, right?
Yeah.
But okay, takes, b6. Okay, what happens?
Maybe-
Can knight f7, takes,
Okay. So
and knight d7.
very direct.
Well, this is what we have to check first, right?
Yeah.
Seems
could well be
like a
strong.
pawn up.
Could well just be a pawn, yeah. And white's king has a clear route in.
Well, to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if black would drown, kind of, in this position. When you play c5, it is something tricky.
Yeah, so Firouzja finding a concrete way of kind of transforming his advantage into something positional, into maybe material. Yeah, I mean, you're right, just knight f7, it's an immediate
It's
an immediate
getting
pawn win,
so
right?
dangerous for Napo.
And he definitely can't keep the queens on, it feels like.
Well, everything is hanging,
Yeah,
right? The c5, the e5, I don't know. Okay, let's say queen c8. Let's try to save the queens on the board.
Let's say, even if white plays knight fd2 or something, I mean, the white queen's
you
in
mean
now.
your...
I mean, okay,
but
maybe
after
I can
knight
take on
d2,
c5,
maybe
I
already queen c5.
Yeah, queen d7, queen c5.
Oof, it looks very, very, very difficult for black.
Yeah. I was going to suggest this earlier, but I completely missed the knight f7 check was an idea. I thought take b6, maybe that's
I thought
okay,
knight
but-
c8 is the move.
Then knight d7, right?
But,
and
yeah,
just
but
about holding together for
exactly.
black. If black gets one more tempo with the knight
Exactly.
on d7, maybe he can dream of surviving this, but yeah, that's why the top players are so good. They spot the moments, they seize the opportunities.
Okay, so let's see Magnus's game then, because things are happening not in a good way to Tari. And we may witness another great technique, what he's doing. So this knight d5, none of us liked, because to exchange the rooks, it is a positional mistake, I would say even.
Yes.
King f8, knight e3. Actually, it's interesting that the knight is standing in the middle of the board, and it's supposed to be by the chess principles that your knight is in the center. It stands fantastic, but actually, it's not standing well there.
Yeah, it's a bit
No?
loose.
It cannot. It just doesn't do anything. If it would be on e5 or on c5, I would rather have them there. Even on c6, much more. So white went knight e3, I guess against knight f5 and possible knight c4 moves.
But
g6.
even dynamically, he's lost 2 tempi in order to exchange rooks,
Yes.
which he didn't even want to achieve in the
Yes,
first place. So,
exactly.
yeah. Okay, g6, nice and sensible.
Queen f3, activating the queen, logical way. King g7. So black improved his king placement, right? Queen d5. I would rather go to c6.
Yeah. Even if you just leave the queen on c6, right? For the next.
Yeah, the c6 square I just love in this kind of position. Because after d5 it can press a little bit, and also maybe knight g4, knight e5.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. So he went queen d5,
Yeah.
queen f6, a3.
Yeah, a3. Okay, you hold up the black pawns, but it's easier for the black knight to go for that pawn later on.
But maybe it's a problem for white because black is already threatening with queen e6.
Yeah.
So,
And now, yeah, maybe
though after that queen c6 was still possible.
queen c6 here. Oh,
Well,
you
maybe
mean if-
even here actually.
But queen
You're
c6, maybe
right.
black can be a bit tricky and play knight,
A5.
knight c4 or knight something, I don't know. But also a5, of course, is.
Yeah, but after that you go queen c5.
Yeah, true.
Queen d6? No, queen d6 is not because
Maybe
knight
not.
c4 and the king is far away.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah, like you say, a5, and at least d4 is hanging now. And
Actually, I like also queen on c5.
yeah, yeah. This feels like the trick, right? Just to keep the queens on, just to try and slow down. Or
But
tie up
also
black.
here, well, queen c5, knight e4. Knight e4 can be unplayed. So he played a3. I'm worried about this move. He played queen e6.
Yeah.
So black is very little by little improving his position.
And your feeling is that white can never exchange these queens. I mean, that would be very, very.
Well,
I mean, right now it looks extremely dangerous. I
he
mean,
makes his life
for-
very dangerous.
Yeah, for example, if we do take the queens off, and if white plays, for example, king f1, yeah, the black king is coming. Black can even think about knight f5 at the right moment, knight c4 at the right moment later.
Well, maybe now,
Maybe even now, knight f5.
pushing back the knight.
Yeah. So knight exchange definitely off the cards for white because the black A and B
Now
pawns will
black can regroup also to d5
Yeah.
or just to king. I mean, it's definitely white who has to worry.
Yeah.
So, but now actually after queen e6, it's a very serious decision to make by Tari
Yeah.
to exchange the queens or to move
So if he
somewhere
dodges,
c5.
yeah, say queen
let's
c5.
Knight e4 can be unpleasant, maybe. Queen c2.
The remarkable thing is that they're almost equal in time again.
Yeah.
It's,
At one point, Tari was 45 minutes up, right?
yeah,
So,
yeah.
yeah. Magnus trying to get that magic.
But
magic.
actually, queen and knight end games, they can be extremely tricky.
Yeah, I've
I've
got a couple of
experienced too.
Yeah.
I'm
As soon as
also
you said
saying
it, I
from
had flashbacks.
experience. Not very nice memories.
Which one do you remember immediately?
If I remember well, I lost a very painful game in Ningbo, China, at the World Team Championship. Yes. Oh, that was very painful in a Petrov. I think it was a queen knight against queen knight, and it's just like it's like equalish position, and they just drowned. And it was I think last round when we were playing for medals. So I really have bad memory of that. But because you have to sense it's really one move and things are going on a downhill, and if you don't realize it how bad it is, like the airplane, it's like, and you have to understand when to pull it up to say, okay, drop. I want to simplify, and it's drop. But you have to feel it, and you don't feel it all the time. That it's really much going on downhill.
I mean, queen endings are tricky in general, but with queen and knights, you always have to worry about, what happens if the queen exchange happens? What happens if the knight exchange happens? who has the weaker king, whose pawns are faster. Yeah, so many
He
questions.
did. He did avoid the exchange of queens, which I think it's right,
Yeah,
and went back to c2
that definitely
because
feels like the safest.
he can go ready to push a little bit d5 and eventually to occupy the c6 square.
Yeah,
Things can be under control. After d5, also the diagonal can be sensitive for black.
yeah, you've been wanting to push that pawn for an age.
I
right?
want to
And-
push that pawn for a long time. Yes.
I think Tari finally he stumbled across the fact that he will have to at some point push that pawn anyway if he wants to create any counter chances. So.
Yes, it's true that you think that you can push that pawn anytime, but
Yeah.
there are some scenarios when you cannot after
Yeah.
some time.
Especially if the queens come off, you'll never push that pawn. Probably,
Yeah,
so
then it's better
it's too
not to
late.
push it.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I just saw on the camera as well the players that were looking off at the screen, both of them at the same time, looking at the big screen, maybe checking out some of the other games, but still no results there. Looks like Tari, difficult defense ahead, but for now, still nothing too
We
serious
have
to worry
a
about.
pawn up in the Rapport game. We
Okay.
haven't visited that for some time.
Is there a way he can keep that?
Yeah, so it looks like Rapport.
Sorry,
Well, Aryan did give up a pawn in order to get those rooks off the board. So
yeah, actually, yeah. Finally, e4 was played, right?
yeah, we left it just around here, and now Rapport making his move.
Bishop g2, threatening with e5, winning some material. So black had to go e5 and gave up the pawn
Yeah, again, and
in
that's
order to defend.
yeah, that's a very Karyakin decision, right? He'd rather.
But is he right? I mean, now what about giving check and d5? It seems like I like to push pawns.
But now the white knight is a bit stuck.
But I have an extra pawn.
True.
And I think in
Can I go-
endgames it somehow counts.
Yeah.
Though
Bishop-
how to win with
Bishop
white.
c4, bishop e6, maybe. Are you going to put the knight in b8 just to preserve it? I'm also wondering what happens if you leave the knight on d7, allow bishop e7, bishop e6, bishop takes d7. Sorry. Because the knight doesn't have any escape squares.
Okay, but what other option white has? I think there is not much of an option for white. Unless, what do you think about this? To play bishop h3, king e7, bishop d7. And after king d6,
But now what? The king will go back to d6.
let's say goes knight f7, king e7.
Knight h8.
Yeah, knight h8, we can go there, but black
King
can go
d6,
here, or
yeah.
maybe king f7 even better, because threatens to go g5 and king g7, so this is not really an option, right?
Risky approach for white, to say the least. So, okay, yeah, this.
Interesting saving idea for black.
Okay. Yeah, Karyakin, he loves to just give a pawn, give the exchange, but he knows. I mean, even here, despite the fact he's a pawn down, it's going to be very difficult for white to push, even if he doesn't win this pawn back immediately. Those white pawns are a bit stuck. And okay, Rapport has played h4. Interesting. So his idea is to play if king e7, I guess knight g6.
Knight
check.
g6, yeah, or and d5.
Yeah. And king f7, then h5, I guess. Is his
Well,
idea.
yesterday his h4 move was strong too.
Yeah. Seems whenever a top player pushes h4 nowadays, it always seems to work out.
So if king, let's say, moves f6,
Yeah. Then
H5?
h5.
and what? C6 is not possible to take.
e5 check coming.
And
King g5 though, yeah. Maybe I could have tried knight f4 on the last move.
and knight d5, wow.
Yeah.
Though I'm not sure it's winning.
Me neither.
Right?
It's probably not, but knight d5 might be worth a try at least. You want to take it and
Yeah, what is this?
king d6. Yeah,
It's hard to imagine that white will win,
that's the ultimate blockade almost.
or not. But maybe not, maybe king c3, but let's say,
Yeah. So,
no, but it should be winning.
but how are you going to break through
King f5, king g6.
eventually? Okay. But
But
can
I'm
black
not
maybe
sure.
put a bishop on c8 and try and, when that happens, when you go to e4, I'll go back to c8.
But maybe at some point c7 is possible and king e5.
Okay.
That's how I can break in.
Yeah. I mean, I think Rapport would take this right now if he
Okay,
gave it
knight
to him.
g6 is on the board.
Okay, so really interesting, this h4 move. Trying to anchor the knight
Actually,
on d6.
Nepo is drowning
Okay.
completely. He gave
Okay.
up a pawn.
Do we think we're going to see a result there? Maybe we should check in on that.
Well,
That
I don't know. But after queen d6, black played queen d7. And after knight takes e5, knight e5, queen e5. I thought even knight e5 was... But after knight e5, queen a4, right?
Okay, so what happens in the current position after queen takes a4?
Queen c5 you can take, and knight e4 is not possible to
yeah.
queen f8 and queen f5 check,
Geometry.
winning the queen, the knight.
Yeah. That e-pawn's running as well.
Which means that
Yeah, drowning, as you say. Yeah,
Not waving, but drowning.
he's trying to tread water, but right now it's a
yeah,
struggle.
it's somehow not very funny from black side, it seems.
Which will definitely spoil Nepomniachtchi's mood.
Yeah. And that c5 move you mentioned earlier, I mean, that...
No, c5 was painful for me.
Yeah, I mean, it could have worked
Strategically,
out
to
if-
play c5, it
yeah.
means
if everything's perfect for
I
black.
had these kind of positions, you know. I'm having, they press me, it's getting worse, and then you make a move. And then later on you look at it strategically. If I would have nothing, no problem if I just make this move. It's so bad that then I will be punished for this. And actually he was punished for that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just a clip pawn now, and
And right now we have it on the board, position of queen c5.
also it's another queen and knight ending, so... yeah, bad memories for both of us. It might be a bad memory for Nepomniachtchi as well. I mean, this
Yeah.
is not just any queen and knight ending,
Today,
of course, it's a pawn. and-
today's game, I think he would like to reset.
But ever since that opening, I mean, which went quite well for black, ever since he got kicked back, Firouzja's played perfectly almost.
Firouzja outplayed him.
Yeah, completely.
I mean,
really.
practically he outplayed him. He
Impressive,
outmaneuvered him with his rooks to e3, d2, queen on d1, preparing everything for d4, then opening up the line on the d5, then maneuvering, regrouping his knights. So actually, it's a beautiful play by Firouzja.
Deserved game for sure. I especially liked how he broke with d4 and then made this d takes e5 decision very quickly without...
It seems like people really get angry on some loss. Like this what happened with Sergei, right?
Yeah.
He lost against Nepo. He was so angry after that. I saw the interview when he was expressing that. He was like really... And also in the studio he was telling us, right, that how frustrated he was and upset. And then he said, okay, I want to win. And I think something similar must have happened yesterday with Firouzja. He was so frustrated that I cannot lose such a game. I have to come back immediately and punch back
Yeah, halfway with
whoever is on
Magnus,
the
he
other
lost and
side.
then he won.
Yeah.
Everyone here.
Yeah. So
Everyone's getting angry.
yeah, at some point.
It's Norway chess, angry birds.
That's why chess is good. You channel it on the chessboard. Save that anger for the board, not for anything else.
Exactly, exactly. Queen c2.
Okay, so trying for some last desperate tricks maybe. So if e5.
Let's see. Well, there is an option also to play queen c8, for example.
yeah, just-
And after king h7, queen f5, and then knight d6.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this must be very strong as well. To play knight d6, give up the pawn on b2, and push e5. Sorry, I like to push these pawns.
I don't blame you.
I mean, look, it must be...
Yeah.
Actually, there is no move with the knight, is it? Is
Maybe on the
there?
last turn, maybe black have started with a4 and it still takes white a bit of time to push e... Or maybe push e5 anyway, but...
By the way,
Okay, he
so what
played-
is the position? He played
he
e5
played
immediately.
E5. I don't see any downside to this either. I mean, knight e4, you can...
Then check and
yeah,
queen f5.
exactly.
And knight d6, and it's over.
Yeah, now I can use my cliche pin and win. But yeah, right now, I mean, if the knight can't go to e4, queen e4 check doesn't seem to help or change anything.
Well, again, this unpleasant move, king h2, appears on the board.
Yeah,
And knight has to be moving to where h5.
I
Where
was going to say
it's-
knight d5, but then knight d6 for white, and it's all collapsing.
Well, queen f3 must be played, but then
E6.
probably just e6.
Yeah. Yeah. struggling to come up with tricks here for Nepom Niachi.
Well, but there is not really tricks, right?
No.
What about knight d7, simply queen d5?
Would queen c8 be winning as well? Just probably
And push
just
the pawn, right? Take and push the
take
pawn.
and push the pawn. Feels like white's king should be safe enough.
Check.
Yeah, I mean, you just put the queen on f7 and then,
Nobody can stop this.
yeah. Okay, so he's decided knight g8.
Knight g8,
The last resort. Now,
which was probably the only move. Queen
True.
d5 or queen d4?
both look promising. Queen d5, I guess the only downside is that knight e7 might just kick you away from the centre at least, but
Yeah,
you
that's
can always give
why
a
I
check
think-
with queen d8. Yeah, here it's just a matter of technique, I guess. Yep, centralise that queen and the rest should fall into place.
Yeah, and after that, knight d6.
Yeah, even threatening knight a5 if you're feeling...
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that will be probably pushed, but
Yeah.
it's...
I mean, queen d4 threatens e6, knight a5, knight d6, everything. Yeah, so it looks like Firouzja.
Well, actually,
win a classical
for
game.
this round, it's extremely tense for Rapport because Nepo is the biggest rival of him. So if Nepo is losing, he's not gaining any point because he's losing in the classical game. And he plays with Sergei. So if he plays Sergei, he's number 3 on the... Ah, no, he's, Magnus is number 3, sorry. But Sergei is with 8.5. Still important.
So Robert has to win.
Well, but this game, I don't know if he can win. Let's go back to that game.
Yeah. He might be
Because,
keeping an eye on Carlsen's game. If Carlsen can't grind anything out there, then a draw for Rapport is not the worst result.
That's true.
No, in any
well.
case, it's not the worst result,
Yeah.
but something strange things happen here. Knight
But you,
g6.
Don't you feel that he should have some reserve because he's still playing Magnus with black and a couple of other tough ones, and it looks like Magnus has found the way how he should catch up and overtake.
Yeah, Magnus will have that one circled on his calendar, that game against Rapport. Okay, so Black's played king c5. You mentioned something strange, Judith. Was it this last couple of moves? by
Yes,
Black?
yes,
Yeah.
that it's interesting that Black had to be making these moves,
Yeah.
and he wants definitely to keep an eye on this pawn.
Okay, so doesn't look easy to keep it intact.
What about
other
knight
than-
e7?
Yeah, I think he's just played it. The only
Okay.
move to keep that pawn alive. It's Black's idea to come in with king d4 at some
But after
point.
king d4, even knight f5,
Yeah, the
or
knight's
not
not-
even, but knight
Maybe just
f5.
knight f5.
But I thought,
The knight's not trapped on g7, is it? So that looks fine.
yeah,
and
knight
grab a pawn.
f5 has to be the move and takes on g7.
Yeah, luckily you have h5 as an escape square. So
Yeah, but this looks winning.
yeah, because outside pass pawn as well on the king side.
Yeah, this looks winning, so I think Black cannot do this. This was kind of a surprise to me, but maybe anyway, White set up after knight on g6, e5
Yeah, yeah.
is keeping the pawn.
And also these knight f4, knight d5 ideas were mentioned.
King
so-
d4 is on the board, but I don't know how Sergei will hold the game.
Okay, maybe, I mean, he's quite low on the clock as well now, under 7 minutes, so maybe he's just trying to get the moves down on the board, trying to get through things concretely, but knight f5, as you mentioned.
No,
That
that
final-
must be the move.
That position at the end there, after knight takes g7, can,
Well, exchange the e5 for the g7 is a good exchange.
for white, yeah.
Yes.
So Black needs to hurry up and create some kind of counterplay. Maybe you move the Black bishop, start pushing some pawns.
There is another way actually for White to play, also to go knight c8 instead of knight f5. So
okay.
probably this might be something that White is thinking about, to go knight
But
c8,
Is the knight a bit stuck there after bishop a6?
a6. But
Yeah, a4, some knight b5 ideas
a4,
later.
king b4.
Yeah.
Well, okay, king d6. No, probably White has to go king b4 first. King d6, king b4. And then the next plan is to go a4. And the question is after that what?
Black's a bit stuck as well, if you want to keep that knight boxed in. Yeah.
But I think knight f5 is the strongest.
Actually, you've convinced me with knight c8 somehow now. They both look very tempting. So Rapport might well spend another 3-4 minutes trying to work things out here.
Actually, he has the time, right?
Exactly.
And it's a great sign for him that he spends it also. In a moment like this when
he's been great at that this tournament.
He can make his decision. He can spend 5 minutes even if he wants without any bad feeling about it because he has more than double the time as Karyakin on the clock.
Yeah.
In one way or another, he's having an incredible streak. I mean, I think even if he draws, then he will be at something like 15 rating point gain.
Where is the live rating? Is he number 8?
He's
9.
He's currently number 9.
He's number 9.
1.5 points behind Grishuk in number 8. So,
Okay, so then probably...
a win in this game, though, he might jump up to number 7 even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Do you remember him ever having a streak like this, or? I mean,
Rating point gain 15
not at this level.
at this level? No. No.
He's been number 10 for a while before, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah, he's
Just
in between
looking.
10 and 20, no?
10 and
For
20
quite some time.
for a long time. Okay, he does play knight c8.
Yep.
He went knight c8, but I don't understand exactly why. Why
Because
is
you
this
said
better? I should watch what I'm saying.
Sometimes
you
it's just a
understand?
coin toss, right? You have 2 tempting moves and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
hard to tell. Yeah, so now you mentioned king c3.
Where,
as an
where
idea.
does he see his victory? King b4. It's a Zugzwang you want to say? No. Black bishop has to move away eventually. Ah,
But now
knight c8.
yeah.
Oh,
I think that's why the black bishop
okay.
was stuck.
So,
square.
so what about knight e6?
Okay, even now knight b5 check feels like it. Oh, unless there's some knight d4 hopping over the white kingside pawns.
No, but now a4. You have to go with the bishop.
Can I not play knight d4?
Then a5 was my plan. So with the tempi, I would go
Okay.
to b6.
How about a5, king c7?
a5, king c7.
Trying to get to that white knight.
You really want to trap that? Nasty
Actually,
idea.
I played a blitz game a few days ago here at Norway Chess, and the only game I was losing, I blundered a piece horribly very early in the game, and then I trapped my opponent's knight on a7. So
Oh, so you know
memories.
what you're talking about.
no, but
So this is what we
takes a lot of
having.
help from the opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Knight
is,
a7.
I mean,
So
black
bishop
has to
a6
play
only
bishop
move,
a6.
right?
Knight c8. If you allow it, so it's just.
What about
end is
playing,
disaster.
replacing the bishop to d7 with white? Bishop a6 to go bishop h3,
Okay.
king d6,
d6, yeah.
bishop d7.
But is the black knight free to roam now?
You want to go with knight b5,
Knight. Oh, knight b5.
even knight b5. maybe.
That one as well. Yeah. Looks like you eliminate the pawn that way, so
I don't know. Somehow I had the feeling that knight f5 was better, but maybe the h6 pawn would be so weak.
yeah. And if you create another pass pawn on that side, black's forces would be stretched. Yeah, I must admit I didn't even see knight c8, so I would have gone and taken g7 and hoped for the best anyway.
Sometimes it's better to see less.
Yeah.
What about, can we visit Magnus's game? This knight is going back and forth, I see. Queen c5, this is where we left. h5, typical Magnus. No, just improve the position. I have one move.
Yeah.
Queen d3.
Okay, so maybe
Knight
hinting at
d6.
d5.
No. That's not.
Not anymore.
d5 is kept for the knight.
Yeah. Okay,
It
so he's
seems.
just saying to Magnus, you can't make progress, but
But he will make
will
progress.
eventually.
He will play queen f5 now. And if back, then he's going to centralize his queen to e4 or f4.
okay. Do you give a check first on b1? Does it matter?
Okay, give it check there and then play queen c4, queen e4. Queen b3 looks also kind of, though maybe queen b3.
Queen b3, queen b4, you mean? Or?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be.
Knight
Very
e4 is
difficult to evaluate.
interesting. Queen e2.
Yeah, true. I nearly suggested queen a1 blundering after knight c2, but yeah.
Ah, there.
Yeah, I mean, there's... Okay, Magnus doesn't even move his queen, he plays knight c4.
Oh,
So really trying to get
nice
those
move,
queens
by
off.
the way. Queen d6 is a threat. Maybe he's taking over now. No, this a3 move, is like when I saw a3, I mean, this is going to be taken
I heard your reaction there, yeah.
on a3, and look what's happening to his pawn later.
No, that's the type of move, I guess. It's, if you don't find anything else, you play a3, but...
No, but it's
Now
a3, it's just a weakness suddenly.
it's in the
Well,
eye
maybe
line.
he did it because he didn't want him to play b4 and a5, which is also has a point,
Yeah.
serious point.
But still, I mean, it's...
But still,
That's
you have to
illegal.
know that that might fall off.
So knight c4, if the queens come off, this looks like a pretty good version for black.
Well, let's
The
see,
A3
knight
pawn.
f6, knight d2, knight e8.
Ah,
What about this?
but the a3 pawn still drops, right? So knight c4.
No, knight a6, knight a3. But maybe it's not such a big deal, knight b4.
Yeah, b4 is actually a really good square. for this
Sorry?
knight.
Yeah, it somehow controls quite a bit, but of course black's plan is very simple. He's going to
King
go king
d6,
d6,
knight
he's
round
going to
to
knight
d5.
c4.
Yeah.
Yeah. And just Magnus giving a lesson how you should be playing. Of course, f3 probably was an awful move, I don't know.
Probably white
Because-
wants the pawns on h4,
I mean,
g3.
yeah. So, forgive me for playing this f3 awful move.
But that's a demonstration of what black's aiming
Yeah,
for, right?
exactly. I mean, look at this. It's typical. Like, okay, black is huge advantage, and black should be
Is it Zugzwang almost?
winning, right?
Yeah.
Very difficult for white.
Okay, so Tari, I mean, if he doesn't take the queens off, as you mentioned, queen d6 next, does that just win a pawn? Say queen d3, queen d6.
So for the first time, we might have no Armageddons. You never know.
Wow. Definitely looks like a winner in Firouzja's game.
And queen c3 is played,
Okay, queen c3. So
which
what-
actually what we looked, it looked like pretty dangerous for white to exchange the queens.
yeah. But maybe some hopes to save that.
Yeah,
Okay.
queen d6, knight b4, and after a5 to go knight c2.
c2. Okay.
So for now, white is on the, well, on the safe side, I don't know.
Still very, very difficult, this position. Black eventually will create that outside pass pawn, ideally an a pawn, I guess. And then it's backs to the wall defending. If the knights come off, do you think white can save that?
Well, it depends where the black pawn finds himself. If it's already b4
Yeah.
and it pushes very quickly, then
Black king can even start coming.
yeah.
Okay, so this position
I'm wondering if a4 is possible.
for black,
Yeah, but probably after that
Knight
knight
b4.
b4.
unless you can get the black queen in behind somehow now. But
Yeah, but somehow it seems like it's pretty stable for white.
yeah,
So
maybe you just start with. I mean, the reason I asked about a knight exchange was because after a5, knight c2, just queen d5, for example, just
yes, but I was wondering
Knight
if
e3
after
whether-
yes, this is what I was wondering, that you're not reaching to b4 with your pawn, right?
yeah, true.
And when your queen moves away, d5 check also. So
I was
So
wondering about
I think
a4,
this is not-
queen b3, but
yeah,
maybe queen b3
True.
and b4 to create a pass pawn.
yeah, no, true.
Black is very quick. Yeah, I mean, maybe by force black might even win this type of position, so
Yeah.
those are the dangers.
Actually, Nepo's game is over. Still fighting, but because I think psychologically he just cannot get over.
Yeah, that's a clear knight.
I mean, it's a clear night after all.
Maybe we should see how Firouzja won that black knight. I guess he pushed
Well,
his
it was
e-pawn.
after knight g8, it was queen d5, centralized the queen and just started to push his pawns. Ah, this is a nice
That's
trick.
a nice finesse.
I mean, yeah, it's
Queen
not
on the long
really a trick.
diagonal as well. Stopping
And
any
then he
checks.
went
Okay.
e7. Interesting that black is still fighting, trying to
Yeah.
see.
What? Yes.
It's just inertia, right? It's just
Yeah.
white will just push the pawn to h5.
Yeah, it's quite an unexpected game that it's going on. So
But we
maybe
have
we
to
can
praise-
just switch.
We have to praise Firouzja though.
No, he
Great
played
play.
absolutely great.
Yeah, so the knight is coming now.
What's going on with Rapport? Because black keeps himself extremely active. Interesting enough, after king d6, knight a7, black did not play bishop a6, but played king d6, allowed white to go to c8, king c5, knight e7, knight e6.
He must have been scared of your queen c3, king b4 idea for white. I mean, that's the only reason you would have allowed white's knight out of the
Yeah,
trap.
but this is the position, and black really hopes to save this game.
Is it difficult to hold the c6 pawn? Is that what he's arguing right now?
Well,
Knight f5, king.
what
back
about
to
king b4?
Okay. We have seen a result. Firouzja does take the win. Yeah, great game, great middle game from the youngster. And only actually maybe just trying to figure out where it went wrong, because there were no clear mistakes. Obviously C5 in that game. An
Well,
ugly
that
move,
was
but
already
even before
that
it
was already late. I
Yeah,
think he
even before
misplayed it much before.
But was that his problem, that he got everything he wanted to, and then what's
Maybe,
next? I mean,
yeah.
how can you...
Yeah, just as soon as he started retreating his pieces, there was no way to fight back.
Maybe there's a idea with g5 and trying to attack on the king side
Yeah.
was more promising, maybe.
At least it would have, caused more problems and played more into his style maybe, but we'll see whether we can get Firouzja in for an interview at some point.
Well, until then, we still have some pretty much excitement in both games with how Magnus can convert his very pleasant position, or is he going to be able to convert his very pleasant position? Things are speeding up, and actually they are standing exactly where we stopped,
And
a5
A4.
and a4.
Wow, okay, so meanwhile, promising position for Magnus, and we do have a very special guest, Alireza Firouzja, so we'll be back very shortly.
And we're back, and we are very happy that Alireza Firouzja has joined us, who has just won a very fine game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Welcome, Alireza. That was quite a game. I mean,
Yeah, I think it was very interesting. Okay, Jan normally plays night off, but it's clear he wants to keep it for this match. Or okay, I don't know what is his plan, but okay. Anyway, he's playing solid here, so it was clear that maybe some experience was lacking there in the middle game. So
in the opening that he played.
in the middle game. Okay, opening is of course equal. Engine probably shows 0-0, but the experience is also important here.
So what do you think? It seemed for Black that he has a reasonable, I mean, pretty good position. What do you think?
No, of course.
Where is the turning point?
It's completely equal here, and it's very solid for Black. But yeah, after when I pushed d4, probably I am better. When I pushed d4, I don't know, it was very
Yeah, that's a later stage.
Yeah, because okay, here
But
he made some normal moves.
Yeah, but my question would be that after g3, things started to
Yeah, this is why it's
become
planned,
very
of
nice
course.
for you, right?
Yes, because I made all this maneuver for this g3. Yeah, but
Yes.
otherwise. So yeah.
So how should Black play, you think?
I think how he plays.
Because he
is-
went back and started to become very passive, right?
Yeah, I don't think he has an active plan here.
I don't know, Queen g6 or something,
Yeah,
probably.
but always knight h4 isn't there. Okay, not here, but let's say d4, and then I think
You can
when-
go d4 already.
Yeah, I think he played kind of okay until some point, like Queen g2, d4, take. Okay, I mean it's rook d2. I didn't like 97, knight g6 maybe.
Maybe c5 or
No,
just
I
to-
think just to keep the knight on c6 and wait for my d4, then put the knight on b4, right?
Mhm.
Take and knight b4. Normally this is the plan. And okay, this is slightly better for
Well,
white.
now maybe knight g5, rook f6.
No, I mean
right?
he will not play 97, right? Move
yeah,
22.
yeah. It's just the loss of two tempes.
Yeah.
Right? So in this position, he would just wait b6 or
Yeah, b6 or knight f6 even back. Yeah, white
just
is-
be getting ready against d4.
Right. d4 always take knight b4. Okay, still white is maybe a little better, but
Maybe d5? No, that's too much knight e5.
yeah. No, he has to wait b6. And because if I go e5, then knight comes to d5,
Mhm.
and I cannot really break here maybe.
Mhm.
So this is how he should play, I think.
So his knight was completely misplaced. He went from c6 to
Yeah,
reverse
and,
square.
yeah. He was looking for some tricks, but there's never some tricks because there's no bishops. And but okay, then yeah, e5.
Was
then-
e5 good? Or he didn't have other
I
choice?
think e5 was decent. Maybe rook e
Like knight e7 going back still?
But then e5 looks very dangerous.
Knight d5?
Okay, not. I saw 97 queen b3. I win a pawn maybe. Okay, queen c8.
Mm.
Looks very shaky for black somehow
Yeah.
here.
So knight on g6 basically is
Yeah, yeah.
completely misplaced.
Yeah, okay, he pushed e5, take. Yes, and here I'm just better. It's very comfortable for white.
Maybe in this position he had to go queen e7, not
Yeah,
to
rook,
weaken
rook
himself.
c5.
Knight e4
I
is
take,
not.
yeah.
Yeah, this g6 knight seems,
Yeah,
to,
it's-
be, seems to be really misplaced,
Yeah, of course,
right?
because my knight on f3 is always better than both knights on g6 and f6. So he had to play more active maybe. So yeah, here I'm just better. I think after c6, rook d6, always some advantage.
And
Yeah,
you mentioned, Alireza, that maybe Jan's lack of experience in these types of middle games cost him, but do you have a lot of experience yourself in these types of positions,
Oh,
maybe slightly
not
before this?
sure. No, okay, I
Studied
have
them a lot.
not many games even in my life, so maybe here even in this line, Nepo has more experience, more games than me because he plays 20 years more than me. So but anyway, nowadays maybe I am working more on these positions. He's working on other positions. I don't know.
Sure.
So yeah. King knight h5, king h2. Yeah, okay. Here he has to wait. Yeah, here it's just okay.
We were very
c5.
surprised on c5.
Yeah, but there
Of
is.
course, it's extremely difficult
Right.
to make a move, but let's say, I don't know, b6 or
Yeah.
playing knight d7, waiting somehow.
Because knight d7, always knight c4.
Knight c4.
Yeah. And then I go queen d3, knight c4. I get my position. I think it's almost lost here even for black. doesn't look
Now
so
can't
great.
they go, b5, knight a5?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, b6 and then any move, right?
H4 maybe.
H4, yeah, H4.
Yeah, it's extremely difficult.
Yeah.
It was a very clear sign when you play c5 that
Yeah,
things are
of
really
course,
going
yeah.
wrong, right?
Yeah, queen d3, and he missed queen d6.
Queen
He told
d6.
me after the game, but anyway, it's already gone. I think.
Yeah. Well, you played a very convincing game,
Yeah,
very
thank you.
good game against the challenger. So it was a
Thank you.
great game. How do you feel yourself in the tournament? There were ups and downs.
Always ups and downs, yeah. No, but I'm learning. Yesterday's game was just big lesson for me. So, I'm happy at least I came back today.
Well, you're very close to the leaders now. I mean,
No, I'm not. No.
you're making progress.
Yeah. No, it's
Still everything possible. With
sure. 3 rounds to go. Yeah. I
Guess
try my best.
you're supporting Carriac in holding this game, so maybe you have a chance to catch up with Rapport.
Yeah, sure. But Rapport is playing so good in this tournament, so it's very difficult to catch him, I think. So, yeah.
Well, he seems to be extremely powerful, winning the g6.
What does him make so good in this tournament, Alireza?
Sorry?
If you look at Richard Rapport's games, what is it that makes him so good in this tournament?
I think he's a little mystery maybe because he doesn't have many games against the strong players. He's always playing these leagues and he's not playing really the strong tournaments. So after this tournament, it's more clear his style and everything, I think. But of course, he's a very creative player.
And what will you do now to prepare for tomorrow? Just relax tonight or already start?
Yeah,
looking?
just relax tonight. For 1 week, I'm doing the same routine and prepare. And we will see
Sounds
what
relaxing.
happens. Yeah.
Sound like you're enjoying that routine right now.
How long do you prepare? How much time do you allow yourself?
As much as I could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no limit where you think, okay, if I go past that, then it becomes too much and it will take too much energy?
I don't know. Normally, I just don't think about it. I just work until the game starts, basically. Yeah, but Rapport is just crushing, yeah?
Yeah, it seems so. And Sergey has like 16 seconds on
Yeah,
his
this
clock.
is over, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you
very
very
much,
much.
Alireza.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Thank you.
today.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Norway Chess, where there are still 2 games going, and a bit optimistically I said some minutes ago that maybe for the first time we might not have any Armageddon games today, and I think it's going to be true. I think we're very close to that moment because Richard Rapport, who has just been dubbed a mystery guest in this tournament by Alireza, Firouzja, he is on the verge of winning against Sergei Karjakin, which is a fantastic performance. And Magnus Carlsen,
Just resigned. No, not Carlsen, sorry. Sergey. No, I'm
Sergei
seeing-
Karjakin resigned, and the leader improved his lead in the tournament by adding 3 more points to his total. Really remarkable, Judith. I mean, you know that Richard Rapport is a fantastic player, but this...
I would love to have him playing like this when I was a captain in the Olympics.
What did you do wrong?
I don't know. I have
Become the
to
captain
ask
again
him.
quickly.
So that game has ended, and we'll be waiting for Richard to come here. And then Magnus seems to be totally winning against Aryan Tari. So it looks like it's between Richard Rapport and the world champion. I mean, it's going to be a very tight finish with the game between Magnus Carlsen and Richard Rapport still on the program. That will be a big one.
Yeah, and we just see Magnus trying to put the finishing touches to this position against Tari. Both players extremely low on the clock.
Yeah.
That's why they're not even writing the moves down. They're just blitzing things out now. But Magnus is in control, and yeah, big day tomorrow, quite potentially.
And Richard Rapport is here, so we ask him to join. Richard, if you can just join, we stay on air. Yeah.
Things are heating up in every way.
Yeah, I'm very bad with this mic usually. So.
And what we see until then, they are blitzing their moves. But unfortunately for Tari, well, the queen on a1 is standing, black has a pawn up. And the a pawn will queen most likely, because nobody can stop that pawn, I believe. Nor Tari, nor anybody else would not be possible.
There's no sensible queen check for white. Wow, Richard. What a game.
Oh yeah, it was completely unexpected, of course, that I converted this. Plus the whole game was like, very concrete, and was always depending only on...
But the pressure, I mean, you had the pressure.
Yeah, it felt like that, but of course I could be wrong, yeah. I mean, it's really a concrete position, and he has this threads basically just to go around there. So yeah, I thought this bishop h3 was very clever.
Yeah, we were thinking that, I was also phrasing this move, that wow, bishop h3, e5 stops, and then we found out that c5 was also a fantastic move.
Yeah.
With the idea b6.
It's extremely concrete. I mean, like really, yeah, like c6. I mean, I could of course just let him to equalize, but in case I want to play Peruvian, right?
Yeah, this was extremely challenging for you.
d4, rook d8, I think is the only move, and here, okay, I have a bit of a bad luck in case I go.
What happens if rook a d1?
Yeah, with any rook to d1, he was bishop a6 and knight d3 kind of pre-move, yeah. And knight d3.
Nice resource.
Yeah.
Wow, we didn't see this.
Yeah, ed queen takes d4, it might be worse.
Wow.
And I didn't feel like, yeah, and I calculated this line like knight d3, rook takes d3. Bishop, trading queens, bishop takes d3, knight takes e6, yeah. Yeah, this was, I was calculating this, and maybe working. And then rook c6, rook d6. I felt like knight c7 is forced. And I didn't like it at the end because of rook d8, yeah. Like, he just ignores me, and e d3, rook c6.
Rook c6.
And I felt like he has compensation, but like, yeah, maybe I'm just better with knight b5, but like I was like, he goes a5, or e6. Like
yeah, the question is whether you can win.
Yeah,
or not,
yeah. It's like
right?
he even could be better here, right? Because okay, the rooks and.
So this was your decision to make e3.
Yeah, and after e3, bishop a6 is kind of forced, I think. Queen b4. Okay, he cannot take the exchange. I mean, it's funny because I was expecting him to take bishop takes f1 as well to sacrifice the queen. But even after bishop takes f1, I would take back on f1. And then
with bishop,
yeah,
right?
just bishop takes.
Yeah, this is what we're looking at, bishop a6, right?
Yeah. And I feel like I'm very close to winning here. Or, I mean, I can never be worse, so maybe even if I miss something, but I'm just, knight d6 doesn't work because of bishop b7, I think. And rook b8, c7, there is a very funny tactic. Knight takes b7, knight c6.
Yeah?
Yeah, rook b8, c7, knight b7, knight c6. I think I'm winning, right? But maybe I missed. Maybe rook a8 works for him.
And after this?
Yeah, I thought that knight d8, rook a7, but he has rook c8. I missed that,
Yeah.
Okay, I am not,
maybe you're not winning. Rook
no,
c8.
rook c8 has joy.
Yeah.
I mean, a bit better for me, but it should. Yeah, as you can see, I don't see these lines so well.
Okay, so how was the game? Because this started to...
Yeah, because
f4 was good, right?
I'm not sure, because I wanted to go rook b4 originally, but like he goes knight c3. And my plan was a4 to play a5. And then he has this knight e2 check counterplay, which I wasn't sure about, because this would be really bad for him if I had a pawn on a3, but of course he waits for a4. And I wasn't sure if this is a fortress or, or I'm just much better. Like, it's very hard for me to evaluate. And at the end I decided not to to go
So you
for it.
went f4, knight
Yeah.
c3,
Okay, this is...
knight d5.
Yeah, he could have had many setups, but he decided to go for it blockade one.
passive.
Yeah.
But what is your assessment in this position?
Yeah, it's very concrete, you know. I wasn't sure I could be even worse. I mean, really, I could be much better. Because I wanted to double up on the d file and rook d7, yeah, was winning. So I felt like this is extremely sharp, yeah. Because if he's on time to, you know, play what he did and f6, e5 at some point, I might be just worse. King comes. So it's very forcing. I felt bishop c4 is forced. Like knight d5 was just a pin. I just moved my knight. Knight f3 maybe, I thought. And that's unpleasant. And if f5, knight e5 is, you know, much better for me. And yeah, I felt like knight b5 I could, yeah, it was from now on, yes. And e4, f6 I think is only move, bishop g2. And here maybe I thought he could have gone rook f8. I wasn't sure what am I doing here.
So
With
with
the idea of e5 takes
rook
rook
d5.
d5, yes. Okay, of course I don't have to blunder rook d5, yeah, but like, and I wasn't sure, but because you see he has no threats whatsoever. Like, e5 is met with knight f5, yes. So he has like no threats at all, but I didn't see what is my next move. Maybe just a4. I thought he should go a6 and maybe try to open up the b file, like rook c1 takes rook e1, but then he can go back. I'm not sure what's going on here. Okay, he played the move by the time I was calculating these lines, so I could be much better.
So you consider for this moment that e5 was dubious, right?
No,
It
I
was
think
no
e5
need.
was very good. I mean, it was good, but just
But after that, it's just giving up the pawn, and he
yeah,
wants
he
to
has
go
to
for
give
a
him the
draw.
pawn, and he has to go for his blockade. Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'm not sure
h4
about.
was very good, right?
Yeah, I felt it. I thought it at first, but I'm not sure now. Like maybe I could have played king e3. I'm not sure. Yeah.
But
Like,
and what's the idea after that?
I just check again. Same.
And after king goes out?
Yeah, king f7, right? Because king f6 is knight f4. Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, maybe you're right. h4 was good. Yeah, I am just too critical of myself. I
Okay,
can-
so h4,
not all
knight,
of my moves are blunders. Yeah, so okay.
knight g6, king
Yeah,
d6.
it was also interesting if he goes to f6, but like.
That's what we were expecting.
Yeah,
actually.
but like I don't
You
know.
go h5?
Yeah, I
or-
thought to go h5 actually, and king g5, and just he goes all the way. Yeah, but like I have counterplay knight e7 now probably, and I wasn't sure if he goes king g4 or king h5, because the thing is that he can never trap my bishop. Yeah, I was worried that he would trap my bishop, but I have bishop h1, so like bishop h1 is solid.
Not so
yeah.
easy to
Yeah.
trap that one. But you have knight d5
And knight
or
d5,
something,
right? And I'm rolling the pawns. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think I'm risking anything. Yeah, I might just
Yeah.
be completely winning, but.
Because it was interesting that he went to c5.
Yeah, and here I had actually, I mean,
You were thinking knight f5.
yeah, here I had this choice. Yeah, it was kind of a Sophie's choice, which one to pick up out of these two pawns.
Yeah.
And
So you
I-
went this one.
Maybe I could have gone
Why
for
not?
knight
What, how would you? What was your plan? How to win after
I
bishop
wanted,
a6?
okay, I'm not sure if I'm winning at all, but I wanted to go king c3.
Yeah, king d6.
Yeah, and king b4. And I wanted to, you know, kind of mean to swung or something, but maybe it's something, yeah.
Yeah, yes, so
And
something.
I want
don't
something
know,
like
knight e6,
Yeah, and I wanted to go something like
a4, knight c7.
yeah, and I wanted to enter this eventually. I mean, I was not like I wanted, but I felt like it's a good chance just to give check on b5, a b5, and try to come with the king from there.
You think that this might
It might be
winning.
okay. It's not really a risk for me, you know. I will enter it, and okay, if it's a draw, it's a draw. But it might be a draw now. King e5 seems like king
Yeah.
e5 looks like a draw now because
It
like
looks like you cannot
yeah, this
progress.
is okay. I don't have to go for knight b5 check anyway, but like
Yeah, you can go around here and there, but
I can try to play bishop c4 maybe. Yeah,
But
as
it
well.
seemed that the way he played, that he allowed your
Yeah, I
knight
think
to
he
come
just
out.
missed this. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if, like I said, if he can maintain this blockade. Like I have lots of ideas to kick his bishop with my bishop at any point, basically.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, I was like, okay, I will see what happens when we got there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, he let my knight out, and after that, I think it's just okay. He was already very low on time, and I think here is just really unpleasant. Like,
So after king c5,
Knight
knight
e7.
e7, it should be a win, right?
it's very much on the edge. But I mean, okay, like I said, with this time control, I feel like it's favors him. And this king c3 was kind of I mean, I'm not sure. I think it's a bad move, probably objectively. I felt like bishop h3 was better, but
Bishop h3,
yeah, I wasn't sure about this knight.
and
in game.
replace it to d7,
Yeah, and then
right?
he goes knight d5. It's kind of forced, I felt. Like he has to go knight d5 because okay, I go knight d5.
Here
and-
knight d5.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is...
and then I go knight f5, and then what's this? And I didn't want to enter this, but like because his knight on f6 and pawn is on h5, and I felt like this is good drawing chances. But I mean, like, could be that I'm just completely winning, but it's also.
And
could
what
be
was
that
your
it's-
problem with king c3?
I'm not sure. I was just didn't feel right here. I mean, here I think he should have gone knight d4, I was a bit. I mean, after knight e4, I have actually a few options, right? Because I can go for this knight f5 check, but I didn't want it to red. I was considering to go here.
But knight f5 check, what do you have? Takes and king c7?
Yeah, like this. Okay, I'm trapping the knight. He cannot take on h4. Yeah. In g4, I'm trapping the knight. So it's not like. But here he has the knight d4 check. Sorry, I calculated this actually. It says draw by force. Yeah, knight d4. Yeah, I wanted to play something, but I forgot what. 1 second. After knight d4. No, I mean like.
No, not
king
here.
d6,
Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
Now knight d4.
Yeah, maybe I wanted to just to recheck myself to.
Check and.
Yeah, I also had this idea with.
No, but what happens here and here?
Okay, it's the same as it was in the previous. Oh no, it's not. No, I don't know. So like knight d4, maybe I just missed this. Yeah, I forgot what I wanted here.
Okay, so let's go quickly through the game.
Yeah, and this is, I think, okay. After I provoke the h5 g6, it's just over, I think, because I will take on. I will long term. I will take it, and he blundered the case on second. He blundered bishop b4.
Yeah. So after this, it was over. Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I collected the pawns, and that was.
Well, this was a very promising win. Now you have a huge lead. You scored 3 points again in the classical game. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
And I think we let you go because you have to relax and prepare for your next game. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
And we are right back with another very special guest.
And welcome back to Norway Chess, where we have a very special guest, world champion Magnus Carlsen, who has just beaten Aryan Tari and moved into second place in the standings. Magnus, you had a very long think in the opening, and we were wondering what the think was about. Did it pay off? Did you get the right ideas during that think?
I wouldn't say so, because I played the same move that I was going to play after 1 minute. So
Actually, I did the same. I suggested rook e8, and then at the end, 40 minutes later, we realised it was the best.
Yeah, it's a bit strange that this is a theoretical position with white to move, because people used to play this line with the pawn on h3, like they used to play this d6. D6 c3, sorry, d6 h3, and then knight a5 and d5. But yeah, I realized that even a tempo up, my position is probably not great.
What would white usually play with the extra tempo if you didn't have time for rook e8?
I mean, some queen e2 maybe.
Okay, queen e2. Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, but the thing is, I mean, I don't have any even semi-useful waiting moves there. So.
What else?
We were considering b4.
Yeah, I just didn't see why.
Why?
Yeah. Maybe I just thought it weakened my position more than his. But maybe there are some concrete justifications there.
So how was it?
But this knight g4 was a relief to me, because I mean it's the move I expected him to make, because it forces great simplifications. But I thought dc5 was very, very good here. So I take with the bishop, he goes knight g4 still, and knight takes, h takes, bishop e3 maybe, or bishop, I could go bishop d6 also, but then I think g5 is strong, stopping queen
You
h4.
think white is better?
Yeah, I think white is just comfortably better.
So you would have taken white side more in this position. Without
maybe
hesitation,
without
it seems.
hesitation, yeah. Maybe I have some b4 counterplay, but it looked very, very iffy. And if I trade everything on e3, then I probably have to go knight c4 in order not to lose a pawn, and that's just a sad position. So all of my time spent was just trying to find a way to
After dc5.
yeah, to avoid these things, and then I finally came up with I don't have anything better. Let's hope that he goes knight g4 immediately, and then.
And he did. So after that, what was actually?
Yeah, no, I think the position is just equal. After this, yeah, takes knight c3. This is all pretty normal. Rook e2 is a nice move, preparing queen e1 later. Here, I mean, I almost considered taking an e3 because I didn't think I was better at all. But
were you surprised that he was so eager to exchange rooks?
Yeah, that was surprising to me. That was the main reason why I was hesitant to play knight d6, was that he could occupy the c file in some way. Also, queen b4 looks decent. Oh, maybe not queen b4 because then I get a5 and b4. But there, I think he had many good options. But
I
knight
was
d5
thinking
is
maybe
also
d5 somehow get something to c6.
Yeah, I thought about it too. Then I go a5, b4, and try to. I mean, I'm always getting my knight to e4, so
Yeah.
I feel like I felt like I was okay here.
No,
or
that's
at le-
clear you were
No, but
okay.
like okay in the sense
Like-
that it's not worse.
Yeah.
Because I mean that's the only reason why you wouldn't play knight d6.
But
is
after knight d5,
knight d5, then
there is no discussion that you can get worse. It's only you who can get better.
Yeah, for sure. So, but here I thought knight b4 was like concretely, because knight e3 is really passive.
And what's the idea after queen b6 or?
Yeah, queen b6. I think he's getting. I mean, there are several ideas. Queen f3 is one. Queen e5 is also not.
Queen e5, just a5?
A5 here.
Yeah.
Knight d5.
Knight d5, queen d8.
Yeah, but I don't like that. Knight goes back to
c3?
e3 or
Ah,
something.
okay.
I feel like.
Better version of the game.
Yeah, the queen is really.
The white
it's really
queen is very
yeah,
good, no?
it's really strong on e5. Knight e3, for instance.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
It's not even close. I mean, my intention was actually to go queen e7, just to try and spook him, but I don't think.
To give the a6?
Yeah, I mean, it takes knight f5. I get it back, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's close, to be honest.
No. So what was the turning point later on? you
Yeah,
think?
now here I feel like I'm already happy that I can play a little bit.
What did you think about a3?
Didn't love a3.
I thought when I saw a3 that's going to be taken.
But if I don't play a3, he has to reckon with a5, b4
Yeah.
at some point anyway, and the pawn could also be weak. So at this point, he already has to make some small choices, and that's a very good thing for me. One thing that he should have done at some point is to put his pawns differently on the king side, but because I sort of got a lot of time here to
improve your
to
position.
improve, yeah. Queen d3, knight. Yeah, here I was. For some reason, after queen d3, I spent like 8 minutes calculating queen c6,
Wow.
which is not probably the best way to spend your time. So the thing is, if he doesn't play d5, then I'm achieving something. I'm gaining a lot of
Space here, yeah?
yeah. So he has to play d5, I think. And then queen c1, knight f1. So here I was thinking of, yeah, knight d6. I couldn't make that work because he goes queen d4.
Check and queen e5 or queen b6?
Queen b6 probably. And I thought he could just take on a6 because knight d2 is
Queen
protecting.
a3 protects both, no?
Yeah, protecting both of them. So, oh, queen a3.
Yeah, after queen
Mother.
b6.
Yeah, okay, that probably works.
Oops.
Well, then it was.
I told you the a3 pawn will be taken.
Yeah.
You see, it happens in the most unexpected situations.
Wow. Yeah, I spent all this
so
time
maybe you
calculating.
spent your time well. You just changed your
Yeah, I
mind.
just changed my mind. Okay, then I should definitely have gone queen c6. Wow.
Okay, so
You
you went
didn't-
knight d6.
Yeah, you didn't ruin anything in the game, right? By
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, queen f6 was I was really happy with that. That was a tricky move. And this, yeah,
But
knight
do you
c4
think in
was-
this position we were?
Yeah, I thought he would take.
Yeah, takes.
I wasn't sure about this at all. Knight
Takes.
c7. There was also knight b3 as a matter
Yeah.
of fact. Which is not, I think, insane. Takes
Knight b4.
Knight b4, but my king is coming really quickly. King e1, king d6. Sorry, king f1, king d6, king e1.
You can reach to c4.
I
yeah?
go to c4. Maybe it's just lost.
You think it's lost already?
Yeah.
Should be.
Yeah, king b3. Don't think he's said
Yeah, it
this.
should be lost.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
these positions are usually lost.
Yeah.
Knight ending.
So you think after knight c4 it's lost already?
No,
it
not
was not.
necessarily. Not necessarily.
What
I didn't.
about knight b4? What was your plan on that?
Knight
And the
Make
a3
one move
pawn.
at a time.
No, I understand that you were already very optimistic. On
Yeah, I was very optimistic here. I was under 5 minutes, so I could stop writing the moves and just focus on making them. But yeah, knight e3.
This was a blunder, right?
It's a blunder, but I mean it's dead lost, I think. Also, if it doesn't go knight e3, he's already. I think d5 is really weakening, so I can probably just go round up the
With
pawn
your king also,
with
yeah?
with the king.
King
Yeah.
d6. Yeah.
I mean, I have such a big positional advantage at this point that I cannot imagine that he can hold.
Well, congratulations. I want to ask you one thing about yesterday's game. It was such a brilliant end game.
Well,
How
it was.
was it possible to win? King e5. How did it come to your mind? When did you point it out that this incredible opportunity?
No, I mean, frankly, I hadn't seen it before I went h5. But
Okay.
h5 was my only chance anyway. I was just hoping that, I could. But the thing is, I have to be honest. Like, I didn't see that he couldn't wait. So all this talk of brilliancy is like, he was thinking for a very long time. I didn't understand why. And
When he played f4, you mean?
no, when
Before?
even after h5, right?
no, even after
okay.
h5, because
Okay,
I didn't see
okay.
that the pawn ending was winning. This was the point, and he evidently saw it because he was spending so much time. And so, I mean, in retrospect, I feel like a complete fool because I was sitting there. He was thinking so long. I didn't understand why, and I didn't understand why he gave me these winning chances. While, as a matter of fact, like he actually went for the only plan to make a draw, and he just miscalculated later. But, yeah.
Did you feel that you have any chance to win the game? You just seem to be enjoying it a lot.
I wouldn't say I was enjoying it too much, but I think from the opening, if he plays this way, this bishop ending is my only chance. But I didn't feel like there were great chances because I thought like he could put his king, he could change the c pawns, put the king on c7, and just wait like on f6, h6.
H6, yeah. No?
I-
F6, H6 now?
Yeah, f6, h6,
Yeah.
g7. I thought that was a fortress. But I mean, you don't. If he plays like this, he cannot avoid the king coming to c5. So it looks very suspicious. But I think it was a fortress.
Yeah. It was amazing for us to see. Sorry, it was amazing to us to see. Well, okay, it's draw. It's like going king e5.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like
this
king
king
e5.
e5. But then things have already gone wrong for him. Like he has one. He has a few minutes left.
Yes.
He has one move that makes a draw, and it's not even obvious that it
no,
makes a
that
draw.
was awfully difficult. Bishop
Yeah.
h3,
Bishop
the draw,
h3,
and
yeah.
then bishop f1 and bishop c.
No, but I mean, I'd seen it because I
You've
thought
seen bishop
I thought
h3
it
that
was
it's a
his
draw.
only chance.
Ah.
I didn't know for sure whether it was a draw, but I thought it was his only chance to.
You saw
So-
bishop h3.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was because bishop g4 doesn't work because I
It's
get
losing.
because I get the tempo with the king.
Yeah, e3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But So by process of elimination, he has to go bishop h3, because I don't know what he missed in the game. Maybe he missed bishop d5. He was hoping for some bishop g2, king e6, bishop h3, king d5, king c4. But like after bishop d5, it just resigns. So that was a bit weird. But anyway, tomorrow is what matters. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, Magnus, 2 classical wins, 2 nice grinds in a row. How are you feeling about tomorrow?
I mean, I'm never pessimistic about my chances to win with White, but obviously considering the form he's in, it's going to be hard. But I'm going to try, of course. And yeah, I mean, just the fact that I have a chance, I'm very happy about. That was not obvious after the game against Karyak.
Sure.
But let's say these two, they got 2 grinds. I mean, 2 games that you win by working very hard. Is that gratifying, or are you more troubled by nagging thoughts about things that you're unhappy about?
No, I wouldn't say it's particularly gratifying. It's more. It feels more like, as you say, I'm working. I'm not like able to outplay my opponent, so this is the only way I can win, by working very, very hard. So I wouldn't say I wouldn't say that it feels like a great accomplishment, but I mean, it's the thing you sometimes need to do to turn a bad tournament around.
Well, you are still within striking distance, but so far the big star has been Richard Rapport. What are your thoughts about his performance so far? Are you impressed? Is it something that you are kind of surprised by in any manner, or?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect him to be an unbeaten +4, that's for sure. But what can you do? Yeah, he's played really well, and frankly, he was also much better against Karyakin in his first game. So it's not like he's taken all his chances either. Yeah. And he was really pragmatic against me in the first game, which I think speaks to the fact that he came here to win, nothing else. And I just had to play a good game tomorrow. That's all that counts.
But do you think that's it? That he came here to win, or I mean, he suddenly got into this flow and things are.
Well, I mean, he's not good enough to just come here to win and win on demand, obviously. But no. He's a strong player, so he has a chance, and if he can survive tomorrow, he'll win the tournament.
We are very much looking forward to that fight. Congratulations for your win today and yesterday, and good luck for you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so a fascinating round comes to an end with 3 games decisive, no Armageddon games today, and Richard Rapport stays in the lead, even improves it in general, even if Magnus Carlsen keeps up with him. Richard Rapport, the star of the tournament so far, who has won an amazing number of rating points and even moved into 6th place in the world rankings. He will be happy about that as well. He is in first place with 15.5 points, 3.5 points ahead of Magnus Carlsen, and an amazing 6 points ahead of number 3, Jan Nepomniachtchi. That says a lot. And the big one is tomorrow. Tomorrow, Magnus Carlsen, with the white pieces, plays against Richard Rapport. Even if Richard loses, he will still be half a point ahead of Magnus. That is something. But what are your expectations about that game, Judith and David?
Well, obviously it seems to be that will be the game of the tournament, because right now the Rapport got such a lead, which was not expected from himself and also from everybody else, but he plays so strong and so stable. So in all his games you see this tranquility. At least that's how it looks. Of course, he's always telling us that, well, he's not happy with his move, he was not right calculation, etc. But what we see in the games, you can see that he's in incredible good form and gives incredible, makes great decisions, goes on the safe side, but better positions, winning positions, he converts. At the same time, he had a winning position against Magnus, he didn't convert. So he's in fantastic form, but as we see, Magnus Carlsen, he won his last 2 classical games. Not the game of his life, right? But yesterday there were some very special moments. So I think he's kind of happy and unhappy at the same time, that well, he will try his best. But tomorrow definitely that will be the game everybody's going to be watching, and I think it's going to be a lot of nerves.
Any bets?
Tomorrow, before the game. Let's postpone that one.
Yeah, I'm just amazed at how much Rapport sees. I mean, in these press conferences, he's reeling off these incredible variations, some that we're missing as well, but the evaluations, he might be a bit negative about them in general, but the evaluations tend to be quite good and quite accurate. And yeah, Carlsen, he's got the momentum on his side as well, but he's going to be up against it in order to take down the leader.
So that is...
Yeah, Rapport as well, up to world number 6 right now. So all-time high, he's going to be riding that wave. And
yeah, it's incredible. So that's definitely a game to look forward to, and we will see if Magnus Carlsen suddenly is the inspired old Magnus Carlsen, or if he has to fall back on hard labor chess as he did in the past rounds. In any case, I think he's going to give it his all. And so will Richard Rapport. So definitely a round to look forward, because there's more games there. There's Jan Nepomniachtchi, who's playing against Aryan Tari, and Sergei Karyakin against Alireza Firouzja. Something to look forward to. Hope to see you tomorrow, and thank you and good night.
Thank you. Join us tomorrow too.
Yeah.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.